Well,
Hello.
hello.
Hi. And I'm so happy that there's other people eating so that I don't feel
Hi.
feel as weird about it. Like my mom made chicken. It's a whole freaking just chicken leg I'm gonna be eating on this.
And,
Oh
like you're gonna hand it? Like,
no,
oh,
like
true.
yeah, yeah.
I love that for you.
Thanks.
I was
Um,
I was cooking literally right before this. I was like, am I gonna have time to
I
scarf this down?
100%. I always give people eat. Don't be. Look, our chat's cool. They're not that important though. Please don't starve for them. They um cool. So I guess the only last person that we're waiting for is Endless Cemetery, but yeah, Fluff, it's your show. Essentially, you're moderating. I don't want to do very much other types of talking because I don't want it to seem overwhelmingly biased, even though I'm the one hosting and participating. But yeah.
Well, I know other than Prisma, I've seen all of you on panels or been on a panel with you, so I know I'm literally probably not gonna have to do basically anything, and you guys are just gonna have a bunch of fun.
Oh yeah, I'm new.
No.
I'm no problem. Don't worry.
How many times can I use the N-word?
Ooh, good question.
Until somebody reports.
That
it.
is a very good question, True.
Not
Yeah.
allowed to answer
Dang,
that question.
But please don't, please.
I think
please.
honestly, from what I remember from other panels I've been on, when it's like black people in a group and no one's using it derogatorily, you can basically say it like 4 times in a row and no one's gonna
I
do
just
anything.
say,
Can we all appreciate the fact that we got together as a council of black folk and we're sitting here like, can we say the N word?
no, okay. To be fair though, I've thought about that multiple times as like I was growing as a streamer. I was like, damn, there's gonna come a point where I know I'm gonna get like, because Twitch is like majority white users. I'm like, if I like use my regular vernacular, and like, do I have to allow them to say it in chat? Like, what's the rule on
That is true.
like?
So when you're black and you say the N-word on stream, you have to let your stream be able to. Everyone in stream is able to use it once as well. So that's the problem.
So here's my other question, because you brought up something really good. Are we using white voice for this, or are we like, which mode are we turned on?
You are in what?
You wanna put on the Obama filter?
Dang, I feel left out. I want to put my camera on.
We have
too.
come so far.
My fellow Americans. Oh, man. My fellow
Let me
Negroes.
tell you.
Also, I don't know if you could hear me before, but thank you for finally bringing Shark and Paradigm together. I watch a lot of your content, and with my friend, she's introducing me to a lot of more black creators. She says you should reach out to them, and I'd be like, I can't even get the white ones' attention.
Well, I appreciate it. You said you were the one who said that you wanted to speak to me before you watched the content, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it. I got up. I was in the bathroom, so I wasn't able to respond. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I appreciate it. I do think it's weird that anybody would want to like really speak to me. I'm just like I always see myself as just like some dude. But yeah, I do really appreciate it.
Same. No, I got that from that point. But it's like, I think that's actually becoming a problem for my chat. It's like a lot of the panels that I'm on, when I talk, it's like from a very, well, obviously black perspective. So it's like, for them, for them, it's like, why are all these panels filled with people who don't understand what like space you're coming from? Why are they not listening to you? Talk up more. Don't be the nice guy and then like being all quiet and shit. And I'm just like, that's my space right now. I'm small. Like, let me have it.
How long have you been streaming for?
I mean, I've been a content creator since 2007, but streaming wise, I think I started November 4th, 2020, the election.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Am I the baby? Am I the baby in this
How
group?
goes?
No, I'm the baby. I'm the youngest. I'm the smallest.
who's the-
too.
Wait,
baby streamer?
Yes, I'm 18.
Oh,
I'm 13.
I got a couple of years on you. Cringe.
I was
By the way,
told.
before we kind
I'm the
of
old head.
before we kind of get in this, as a person that is kind of a newer streamer, can I say how madly impressed I am with like all of your cameras? Like all of your cameras look so goddamn good, and I'm over here struggling with settings. Like, oh my god.
Smoke and mirrors. Honestly, it's like my camera is not very HD, but it's because I have the lighting for it. It makes it fakes out. It makes it look expensive, but it's not expensive.
I just thought my camera was racist.
I tell you, what,
I would
you gotta turn up the game.
turn on mine, but
Low key.
I would turn on mine, but I'm a Coomer stream. Okay, I just show booba.
Excuse me?
And that's it. So
I'm sorry, this is an
no, I'm serious. That's
educational
gonna be my
space, man.
tag because I turned my camera on for what is it? All black everything camera, and I was like, oh shit, I look ugly as fuck. So I just became a booba streamer.
Low key, cameras are racist if you look
So
into
that's the niche now.
just minutia about like cameras and stuff.
my God.
So you guys all know who Sidney Poitier is, right?
I'm not turning it on.
No.
Wait, who is?
Okay, so
Sidney Poitier?
Sidney Poitier was like
Sidney
one of the
Poitier.
most
Oh,
famous,
okay,
like,
yeah.
groundbreaking, like barrier breaking black actors. So what they figured out when they were shooting him is that obviously it's another one of those things that is infected with white supremacy that you don't really think about, that blacks were literally not allowed to participate in this medium while it was in its inception. So like the stock and all that stuff is meant to be color adjusted and stuff for white skin. Like even I forget what exactly it's called, but it's supposed to be a photograph to help you adjust your colors, to balance your colors through your camera. And it's literally a photograph of a white woman in like white gloves wearing pearls with like a red, yellow, and blue pillow near her. And when they were filming Sidney Poitier, the movie In the Heat of the Night, it's like he's sweating, like Sidney Poitier is sweating the whole time, which really adds to the ambiance of the film, it being, you know, in the heat in the South and whatnot. But that was dead ass. That was real because they had no clue how to light a black man. So he just had all these giant like 60s, 70s cans lights on him, whole shoot. So he's just sweating bullets because he has all these super hot lights on him. So yes, cameras are racist. Low key.
I remember when Google instituted, I forgot what it was called, but they tried to institute this like camera recognition thing. So you like took a picture and it tell you what was in there, and it took a picture of like these two black people and they called them gorillas.
Wait,
Yeah,
repeat
it was
that?
like
remember that.
it was like they were trying to figure out they put through this like AI that was supposed to like scan a picture and tell you what was in there, and there was like this picture of like a black guy and a black guy and a black girl like smiling, and it was like gorilla. Which was not, it was good.
There's a part of that. There's a part of that that's honest, and a part of that that's actually, you know, malicious. The part of it that's honest is you have to understand that again, this doesn't make it any better, but white people are programmers, right? So we actually see this a lot with a lot of the cameras. Like I used to work at GameStop, and I remember when the little Kinect came out, and it was a huge problem getting it. Yeah, it was terrible, and I can talk about that experience another time if you ever want to know the hatred I feel for that company.
We
But
can
anyways,
swap war stories some other time if you'd like.
yeah. So the thing is all the programmers being white people, they don't have they literally just don't have black people in the rooms when they're doing this. So they literally, it's not necessarily a purposeful sort of racism. It's that kind of passive systemic racism that seeps into everything. Huh?
Kind of like a microaggression.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that when we made this, there were no black people in the room. And they just never thought about it.
To take it a step further, that's actually becoming an issue like with AI, because at the end of the day, AI is modeled after people, and what are the people programming the AI thinking about? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in class,
So go ahead.
no, you go ahead. It's okay.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, it's so nice. See, I'm so used to fighting for space to talk that it's like, no, go ahead. No, you were speaking, bro. It's cool. It's funny you mentioned that. I think that was one of the first streams I watched of yours, Cemetery. I hate that the revolving door, because we talk a lot about in general politics the sliding scale approach and how people use that to argue, but like it really is a thing when you ask yourself, like when we talk about systemic racism, what are the thoughts and motives behind the people who you hire to engineer this stuff? Are you researching them? And sometimes it already has been found that companies do hire like randomly and outwards, and you get like two white supremacists who are like, I'm just going to change a little bit of this code. And it's like, I don't want to do the whole who watches the Watchmen thing, but like we watch that in real time. So that's a question that sadly Black people have to ask often. Who is this made for? Why is Face ID not picking me up at 10 o'clock, but like it'll unlock for my white friend? Like, it sucks to ask these questions, but we do.
It's just like the people that are like, you wouldn't have survived the Xbox Live chats from Modern Warfare 2. And it's like, friend, I've been blacking online my whole life.
That's why I use that example. Exactly, because I'll be like, y'all wouldn't survive it. Y'all wouldn't. I was there. I made it out.
It's like, for you guys just visited the darkness. You peered into it. I was born in the darkness.
Well, your microphone's pretty soft.
I was literally doing Xbox chat. Like, remember in the first Xbox that... Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just have to at one point, because you guys are doing really well with your conversation and blending really well. But I think it's a
wait. Do we start?
Yeah, it's time. Sorry, you got me on.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think your volume's a little bit soft, so that might have also been it.
Okay.
I have you turned up as loud as possible on my end, and it's still it's cute volume.
Yeah,
You're softer than Drake right now. You're softer than Drake right now.
All right, how are we doing now?
Yeah, I have ears.
Cool.
We moved out of lesbian status. Congratulations.
Okay, so what we're gonna do first is we'll do an introduction with everybody. I'll just call your name in order that I see it on screen, and then we'll talk about what the panel is, and then the first topic. So, Ender, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I am sorry, I forgot. This is back from a long time ago when I was known as Ender in the StarCraft community, so this is an old name. My name is AstonMack. You may have seen me on my stream, AstonMack TV, and I'm actually an activist in Orlando. I run an organization called the Orlando Freedom Fighters, as well as many other random things about me. So thank you so much for having me, and it's nice to meet everyone.
Awesome. Next
Florida
up
gang gang.
Next up is EndlessCemetery.
It's mad funny. We got Ender and we got Endless, and we're both the GameStop people, but I'm EndlessCemetery. I'm just a Black worker. I oscillate between calling myself an anarchist and a communist. It really kind of just depends on my mood and who pissed me off that day. I'm just like a lowly anti-fascist and forklift driver. I'm from Baltimore County. I do work here in Baltimore. And I'm just an artist, streamer, just trying to make things happen. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right, Prisma.
Okay, hi. I'm Prisma. This is my first panel, so I feel a little like, but I'm here to have fun. Also, I'm a variety streamer, kind of new to streaming, started in like August. I am the first generation Ethiopian Eritrean. So I also have, I've had some background in studying like Black beauty standards. Like I was a comm major in college, so I was excited to be on this panel because that's what I feel like I know. I have a lot of experience, and I have a lot of experience to talk about, so yeah, we're here.
All right, next up is Sharp.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Shark300. That is the word shark, the number 3, the letter O, and the word 0. Some people say that I'm Black. I talk about politics. I am the world's fastest decolonators game player. I hold the world record for that game at the moment. And I'm probably one of the only people with video evidence of how quick that I finished it. I talk about politics. I am a part of the Twitch politics space. Basically, even though me and my chat are kind of like the kids in the corner playing with our own blocks, I'm still there. I'm happy to be here. We talk about Black issues a lot. My main focus isn't always black issues. I focus on a lot of feminism and men's issues. Men's issues is probably like my specialty specifically, but I know that'll wrap up into here as well. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for adding me. I know we'll have a lot of fun.
Awesome. Next, the paradigm shift.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy, The Paradigm Shift, back with yet again another panel. I'm so happy to be here. None of what you're seeing is fake. All this energy is real. Energy's always at max. Stay mad about your Ooh, I'm fucking up my intro. Stay mad about your bad opinions. We shift paradigms here. If you're interested, please check me out on twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. Please let Twitch know to give me back my username. I hate the underscores. We talk politics, art, life. Sometimes I'm depressed and I just smoke weed and drink on stream and we play a bunch of fun games. Who knows what's going to happen? Every stream is different. Stay mad about your bad opinions.
Awesome. And last but not least, Bink.
Damn, I feel like I was have a whole intro and shit. Like, but hi, I'm Bink. I'm the southerner here. I'm from the old state of Georgia. I just talk shit on the internet, and yeah, I just be saying mad because why the fuck not? Oh, I talk about at the moment I'm doing an essay, so I talk about black women's issues specifically, and I talk about how basically the activism for that and mostly the history part because I'm a history nerd. So that's it.
Awesome. I'll introduce myself, and then Kat can introduce herself and kind of give an intro to the topic since it was her idea. I am Fluff. I am here to moderate and be chief listener, where I think I belong in this conversation. I'll just be trying to steer it basically to make sure like everyone kind of gets their turn to talk, because all of you guys seem to have already been able to establish repertoire. So I think it'll all go really well. And then go ahead, Kat.
Hello. Okay, yeah. I was just making sure my audio was on. Hi. I'm Kat. You can also say Katarana if you're like really good with using your tongue for some reason. You could say Katarane. Yeah, so I'm not from anywhere. I currently live in Baltimore County. My DNA test came back as mutt, but mostly black. So that's why they allow me to be here. Yeah, I started like one of the first STEM scholarships for Black people in Canada, so that's pretty cool. And also, I'm a physicist, and I really don't like living in America, and that's why I haven't been streaming very much, because I fucking hate this place.
Wait, Kat.
Yeah?
You're a physicist?
Yeah.
Name everything that moves.
Oh man, these nuts, what? That's basically it.
Ha! Got him!
Show you. Okay, I like it. Checks out.
Okay,
So, Kat, do you
yeah.
want to go ahead and introduce the topic?
Yeah, I'll introduce the topic, and hopefully we'll reach all of these. I just wanted to kind of flow. I'll let Fluff moderate, because I want to be a part, because, you know, as I said, DNA test says mostly black. Yeah, I want to talk about a couple of things within the black community. Mostly these will be things that all of us know. I came up with the idea because I was trying to explain like black hair to a white friend, and they didn't understand that the whole idea between
hair.
Yes, good hair. I was trying to explain hair, and they were like, what do you mean people prefer it to be less like coily? And I'm like, yeah, I don't get it, but that's the way it is. So I thought, you know, there are some things that seem like common sense for us, and then I realized, oh shit, like white people don't know what we're talking about. So this is essentially like an educational thing where we get to basically explain our life of microaggressions to our little beautiful little white audiences, but also it's like going to be cathartic. And yeah, so a couple of things I want to hit on is light skin versus dark skin, that concept of good hair and basically hair, and then, you know, just kind of talking a little bit about body types that are seen as acceptable within our community. And yeah, just so you know, I'm hosting a panel next week on dating and gender roles. So try not to go too much into like the dating stuff. Like, I'll probably want to talk more about like interracial when it comes to that. So let's not talk all that much about like what's acceptable for you to date. But yeah, so with that, Fluff, do you, boo boo?
Okay, thank you. So, we'll give. I think it'd be best if we did give everyone's like first thoughts on how they feel about the subject, and then we'll kind of go from there and just let you guys go at it on a conversation and just kind of have fun.
All three subjects, or the first one, like light skin versus?
We'll do first light skin versus dark skin.
Okay.
Ender, do you want to give your opening thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I want to go ahead and huge shout out to Kat, by the way. Thank you so much for having me on. I think you're one of the sweetest, nicest people in the world. And because of me of wanting to overachieve and bring as much as I can to this panel, I did some research, and guess what I found out? My mom's black, and so is her mom. So I asked them some questions about this. And this is some of the stuff they said, specifically pertaining to the light skin thing. Like, there are things that I think that people are very unaware of. I mean, I think people generally understand that our closeness to whiteness is seen as desirable inside and outside of our community as a beauty standard. What a lot of people don't know are the extreme ways that kind of manifests itself. For example, one of the things my mom described was the paper bag test, where you actually had to match the color of a paper bag. Otherwise, you were not allowed to be a cheerleader. My grandmother...
My mom told me about, not to cut you off, my mom told me about that same exact thing, but keep preaching.
Yeah, that's a thing. That is absolutely a thing. And that didn't happen in Africa. That didn't happen in the Caribbean. That didn't happen in, well, I'm sure it happened in these places. But my point is, this is in the United States, and my mom was born on the other side of segregation. So these are persistent ideas. If you want to go back even further, you want to know a worse version of the paper bag test. My grandmother was not allowed into after school programs and nursing programs because you couldn't see the veins in her arm. It was, she didn't understand at that time what they were getting at. Now she does. But you kind of see these ideas persist. Not only is our closeness to whiteness as far as our skin a beauty standard, it's also like a thing that allows us to operate in society. And it's something that even within our own communities is an issue. One of my mom's best friends, actually, she grew up, she used to be a snowbird, come down to Miami every week. She actually grew up in Detroit. Not every week, every summer. She told me, she basically explained that she met this family and she never understood why the children were so attached to her and her brother until, like, literally this was 3 years ago. They re-met and they had a conversation, and the conversation was centered around this issue. They said, we loved you guys because they also went to a black school and they were dark and they were constantly ridiculed, and my mother was one of the only people that ever treated him like a person. So these are the things that I think that when we're talking about light skin versus dark skin, there are no roles really given. How many times have you seen a dark skinned actress in a lead role? How many times have you seen a dark skin? How many times have you seen a dark skin lead ballet player? How many times have you seen any of these roles? And it is selective. The times that you see, especially with black females, the ones that you see that are allowed to participate in media almost universally have a characteristic that is colloquially called within our community as high yellow. And that is unfortunate. So I'd just like to open up with that. That's a lot of stuff I talked about. I'm happy to talk about it more. It is a frustrating and oftentimes demoralizing thing. I don't think that any of the unfortunately, and I'm ashamed to say this, I don't think that any of the people of not non-people of color out there, white folk, have any idea what it's like to look in a mirror and wish that you were white, because it would just be easier that way. So we can take it from there.
If I just to piggyback off of that, I would say that I think that problem persists, at least for like people from the South, at least, because my mother and my grandmother are both from Mississippi. My grandmother was raised on the same plantation. Her mother, her mother's father, and her mother's father's father were all born and enslaved on, right? So that comes from, I think, um, your proximity to whiteness is synonymous with safety, right? Especially in a place like Mississippi, where it's just straight up, like, colloquially, it's just not against the law to kill a black man or whatever. Like, if you the police catch you or whatever, they're just not going to do anything about it. That was the way it worked for the longest. So, like, especially people with slavery in their background that might have like white people in their family history, then yeah, for sure, because just as a consequence, not to get too far off topic, but it's like the same with indigenous peoples, where just as a consequence of the environment that they were living in, you had to try to kind of pass as hard as you can for white, or at the very least, just because of the how ridiculous white supremacy is in America, just demonstrate that you are not black, right? So a lot of not quite high yellow, as we say, but like more fair skinned black people, maybe a couple of shades lighter than me, would actually pass themselves off as like Arabic or something. You know what I mean? Because it's not white, but it's still better than being black. You know what I mean?
So I guess I'll be coming at this from like a more Caribbean experience. So my family is Jamaican Haitian, and I lived in Haiti for 3 years. And living in Haiti, it was basically, if you want to get any form of play in your high school or anywhere, there's two things: be pale as fuck or be rich. And since I was neither one, I like just generally felt like the ugliest bitch in the entire country. It was just really rough for me for several years. But I also I guess a lot of times I hear people talk about things like how it would be better to be separated from your colonizer, and I just think like because we have full countries where the colonizer isn't there, but it's still there in heart. So it's just colorism is something that like really just drives me insane. And if right now that I'm back at my household with my family, I am able to like blanch often at like different types of things that are said in my house, like the word high yellow. Like my mom sometimes says like, hey, you pass as high yellow. I'm like, please fucking stop. Like, that's really weird. Can you not? And I remember in, middle school, I would see like some of my female friends, and they would want to very specifically date non-black people all the time, and I was like, why are you like, is there a particular reason why? Like, is that just what you're into? And like, I want my kids to have nice skin, and I'm like, that's fucking weird. I just recognize that like it's crazy how young these things get indoctrinated into us, to the extent that like 12-year-olds are already thinking about how their offspring might look. It's just a huge problem, I guess.
It's also weird, like the whole like we stay away from the colonizers thing, because like they
If it's
actually
okay, I value like your insight, but I want to give everyone like a chance to speak real quick first.
My bad.
And then we'll get it. It's okay, no worries. Go ahead, Prisma.
I just want to piggyback off of what Kat said about like the presence of like colonization, because colorism is, yes, it is a very like prevalent problem in the United States. It's also a problem in a lot of countries in Africa as well, because although like yes, like Italy never really conquered Ethiopia, there's still Italian presence there, and we know with colonization comes a lot of things, right? So obviously, there is colorism still in Africa, whether it's not exactly the same as the history rather is not the same as it is in the United States. It is still like preferred to have lighter skin, and like looser textured hair, and there are people in Ethiopia and in Eritrea and in the Horn of Africa, and it's in Africa in general, that are of many different complexions and many different hair textures, all that. So it's colonization is like is a direct cause of all that, of colorism in general. So it's like for me personally, although yes, I am of a lighter complexion, I remember growing up, and I was born here, but my parents refugees here. So for them as well, they still had their ideas of beauty, right? My father never really liked my hair being an Afro texture. I remember asking for a relaxer. I was 5 years old. I got a relaxer at 5 years old. Had a relaxer my whole life. And it's like it's quite sad, like how Kat said, like you at a very young age you're meant to believe these things are ugly, and like, oh, I would be much better if I had this, if I had that. And although like growing up in a more like culturally Ethiopian Eritrean household, I still experience those things. It's quite interesting to realize that although like colonization was different for them over there. You know what I'm saying? Am I making sense? I feel like I'm rambling, but it kind of makes sense. You feel me?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Thank you. That's all
I feel it.
I wanted that to know.
Yeah, you're good. We understand. We're soaking.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Shark, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So, after colonization, colorism kind of started to become like much more of a thing. Across the world, it wasn't like much of an actual issue until the European. Everyone was living. All the colors were living in peace until the Europeans came. It wasn't necessarily true, but for the memes, we'll just say it is. Especially like after colonization, like apartheid, a lot of the really big rips started to pop up, not only because of like whiteness being the beauty standard, but also because when a lot of like white people came in, and especially when colonization was starting to leave, what happened was that a lot of colonizers started to say that the people who were like closest in color to them started to like rise in the ranks, and they were started to be treated better. They're able to like, they weren't being kept as low as like the darker skinned people were, and so you were like closer. A lot of phrenology came in, like the size and like width of your nose, your skin color would also like determine your like place in society, and a lot of things like that. And it started to become like a big problem, and that's where that's where a lot of the big rifts in the community really started to well, a lot of rifts in between like lighter skin and darker skin people started to form, and I mean, obviously now we're left with those sort of ideas within like the community, as well as that, with like the white beauty standard, lighter skinned people are obviously seen as being like closer to white people like generally, so they're seen as like more beautiful. They'll be like treated better. We see this today, even like merged in with like misogyny as well, is like, oh, like I got all these light skinned girls, and then they'll wrap that up with like white girls and say, oh, those are like intrinsically cuter or like better than darker skinned girls. So you see it all the time, and it's really unfortunate. And even today even today we see that, because like even with sorry, I want to make sure that I got this right. Even with the criminal justice system, since a lot of black people are treated worse, there are studies have been put out that it shows that even lighter skinned people get treated better, and they're like treated more closely like to white people than darker skinned people. Some studies came out that where they had like a mock jury, and they showed a person, and all of the people had like similar priors. And women were like seen as like less violent. They got like lesser sentences. They looked at the juries, and they had like a darker skinned person and a lighter skinned person, the light skin, and the difference between like the sentences recommended for like the lighter skinned person and the white person were more similar than like the lighter skinned person, the black person, and obviously like the white person and the dark skinned person, right? And so like that's where a lot of that came from, and there's been a lot of antagonism based on those lines that we still have to work with today, not only with like beauty standards, but within like how we see people being treated, and obviously some antagonism formed there because you get treated better, right?
So
In some
real
regards.
quick- So real quick before I move on to the next person, I want you to know that I'll also be another thing is I'm kind of known for being able to look stuff up very quickly. So if at any point any of you guys talk about something and you would like everyone else to be aware of it, it takes me roughly like 2 seconds to go find it. Like I already have like the example of the study that Shark looked up. I already found it and I can link it in the group chat, and that way anyone else can look at it. That
Damn,
way,
real
at it.
Jamie
So
pulled
just
that
be
shit out
like,
vibes.
just ask me. Or just ask me at all, and I'll do it instantly for you. No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fluff.
If you want to go ahead, Paradigm. I'm sorry, unless you weren't done. I'm sorry.
I am done. You can kick it over.
I
ahead,
heard you. I remember two things because everybody's already made the points that I want to make. Like, I think we all kind of have a general understanding of where we're coming from in this conversation, because generally we are put on either side of this conversation whether we want to be or not. It is not enough for, again, I mean, this is a general take, but like, it is not enough for us to have the realization of how much this affects our lives in a negative perception. It is up to the people who affect our lives in a negative perception to change their behavior. And I think that's one of the things that really strikes me when we end up having these conversations, is that like you realize how much pain exists. And I know we're gonna dive into that, so but I'm that guy. I'm the existential crisis guy. Fluff know me, Cat know me. But what I do want to add is I feel like when we talk about light skin versus dark skin, it just always reminds me of the instance in my English class in 12th grade where we were asked to pick characteristics of our perfect mate, and like we were just listing off things and we were just listing them off, and we didn't really like, nobody put skin. That was so funny that we were dodging that. Like, we put skin quality, but we didn't put nothing about like skin in general. I was like, okay, y'all, we all minorities, like two white people here. Okay, I get where we going with that one. It's an assumption, But it was crazy that we didn't get a conclusion to the lesson because the teacher at the time was pregnant and she was having Braxton Hicks contractions, so she couldn't finish. So we posted it up online on Facebook, and this is before like being viral was a thing you could do easily. And everybody thought that they were describing, because it was a male and a female. Everybody thought that they were describing white people. Like nobody like had a second thought. This could easily describe a black person. Like, they all thought it was just white people, or they were like, is it Jennifer Lopez? There was always somehow these good quality traits were leaning towards people with fairer skin. And that really like these things to people who they want to attach them to, whether it be for money, whether it be for status. And it's crazy because, and I'm sorry, this is a joke that I have that's always running. If all lives matter, then why do we do that? Like, and I don't know if it's unconscious bias, but like, humans weren't like that always. So I'm trying to figure out how now we can point this out, and then like people will look at you and go crazy. So when it comes to light skin versus dark skin and keeping it within that realm of conversation, I always feel like there are so many layers to explaining how to own your blackness that even those, like, I have a friend of mine, I know we hate anecdotes, but hey, it's personal conversation. I have a friend of mine, and she gets accosted daily by her boss because he doesn't believe she's black enough to hold that card, so he always picks on her about it. And like, she came to me one night crying, and she was just like, I don't even know like if I'm allowed to be a part of the struggle. Like, I don't even know, like, I know that I was treated black in these places, but like everywhere else just sees me as, oh, you got a little Italian in you, you don't have all the same features, you're perfect, you're great, like, you
I
don't
want to
need
get into that. I wanna get into that. Not right now, but I want to get into that.
Heard you, boss. I always feel like there's just this grandstanding like split between who's allowed to exist with issues and who has to just suck it up and move on. And I feel, and I know we gotta at least I can't see from the screen directly because the saturation. We got some like fair skinned people here, but it's like those people don't exist to. And even when they do, they admit it, and I like that. I think John Leguizamo also said something about this too. It's like you don't exist to take advantage of that, because then the layer of blackness hits you, and it's like, well, I can't do everything that gives me white privilege, but then that doesn't give you light skin any privilege, because eventually it's gonna hit a box where they're gonna be like, you're just a shade too, and I feel like that's unfair. Like, do what you gotta do with what you got, given what you're given. But this society splits us apart with commerce, entertainment, and when you bring this up, there is no way to say, and maybe I'm wrong, and probably I'll be wrong and be taught by the end of this, I feel like there's no way to say, that's not what I'm here for. I just happen to be black, but I'm great at it. It's like, oh, you're black and you kind of look like Drake a little, so they slid you to, the radio deal because you're marketable. And it's like, damn, can we talk about my music for 5 seconds? Because now, and this is where I'll end, because now for those who are darker, it makes me think that they don't believe in their own talents, because the marketable aspect, the things that they were gatekept from, et cetera, non grata, those things are now applicable to their lives, and they can't even figure out how to manage it, because when they go they go ask for help, they get denied because they don't have that look. And what's that look? Being lighter, if that makes sense. And yes, let's not bring up designer. Like, I know there's plenty of examples going in the other direction, but like on a grand scale, let's pick that.
Dang, is it my turn now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, y'all probably can't even see on my picture, but I'm dark skinned, but I don't have Afrocentric features. People often conflate me for being Blasian, which makes zero sense, and we're not gonna get into that. But regardless, I have personal dilemma when it comes on to light skin versus dark skin. So I may touch on that, and I'm probably the last person, so I'm probably gonna talk about it now. But I mean, should I just be like, well, da da da?
No, say whatever you'd like.
No, you can say it. You can do it.
Speak, girl.
Okay, so my parents. Let me not say my parents. My family is Jamaican. Everybody in my family is Jamaican, unless you're married in, for the most part. I had a dilemma about my skin color and if I was pretty or not, because my mom and my grandma are light skinned. So growing up, I never I grew up in a predominantly white neighborhood for like kindergarten and first grade, and I was like, dang, my mom was white. Like, hey, my mom was white. Did you know? I was like, I was swearing. I used to argue with my mom saying she's white because she's light skinned. And then I moved to a predominantly black neighborhood, and then I was like, holy shit, people like, damn, be like that. Now you all of a sudden you get that I'm afraid of people moment. So but that happens. But it's weird to try to describe colorism when it comes on to my point of view, because my mom is 70s/80s, my grandma is 60s. And what happened is that they keep telling me they got bullied when they're in Jamaica because they're light skinned. And for me, I take that in and I soak that in. I'm like, damn. I'm constantly comparing myself to them. Like, am I pretty enough? Like, is it really because I'm dark skinned, or like, am I wilding? Because they're the ones that always get compliments. I was bullied in school, but every time they saw my mom, they're like, damn, your mama's fine. And I'm like, so you can say my mama's fine, but you can't think I'm pretty? And me and my mom, my grandma look all the same. We look like our genes are strong. Like we look like, you know, I could be my mama's sister and my grandma can be my mama. So I don't know. It's just so complicated and how like hard that hit. Where it's like, damn, you think my mama pretty? Like, no, don't get me wrong. You know, y'all be having y'all MILF things and everything, but it'd be like, damn, you're telling me I'm not cute and I be out here walking the crossets and everything? Like, damn, you really gonna do me dirty like that? But basically, it's weird, just to wrap this up. It's weird because you know, the whole, you know, dark skins are more trending, XYZ, whatever that means, right? My grandma and my mom, like, when they go back to their home country, they're brown skin, but when they over here, they light skin. When that sun hit, it'd be a whole different conversation. And it's just so wild to me how, like, to some degree, they kind of fetishize that. Like, hitting the, you know, the sun and getting some tan. But for me, it's just like, damn, I low-key want to be like y'all. Like, it's like, we trying to wish to be the other because how individuals define their blackness. And I was like that for a while, where because I get the ask, oh, are you mixed? I kind of define my blackness by my hair, because my hair is sacred in my house, and my grandma's a hairstylist. Hair is very up there. That's a very personal and intimate thing to get your hair done, period, no matter what culture or race you are. So I had dreads first because, you know, oh my gosh, Rastafari. Let me not make that meme. But I had dreads, and after that, I had got it combed out. But, you know, my grandma and my mama are older, so after that, they had my hair relaxed. And then my hair got stunted, and they made me relax it again, and I started crying in the shower. That's how bad it is. So that's real shit. But I don't know. I feel like I'm dancing, but yeah. That's my thing. I'll shut up now, Lamau.
So a few things. One is, this is not a debate. This is a place for anecdotes. Please give your personal experience. Make this personal as possible. You're all clearly incredibly smart and know Black history and know a lot of this stuff. Like, everyone had like their own piece of history to offer.
And you all have beautiful hair.
Can I actually say something on that note? Because
shape up, crispy.
I just wanted to kind of say about, like, I feel that there was a little hesitation to kind of share that story. And I actually felt the same sort of hesitation across the board, because it's really easy for us to talk about these things as distant things. Like, it's really easy to talk about, not easy, but it's easier to talk about systemic racism because it's not me. But all of these stories, like, I'm going to just call it for what it is. This is trauma. This is stuff that we have to live through. As much as the audience and the rest of you guys may be enjoying this and we're sharing this with you, this isn't something that's easy for us to even talk about or even admit to yourself. And that in itself, and I just want to say, like, I hear that across the board. And I just want us all to be like, hey, listen, we've all been through it. I think one of the things my mom even spoke about was, like, how her and her brother, it wasn't until like 2 years ago that they talked about this very issue. And they're like, damn, you thought that? I thought that too. And all this time, we've been afraid to talk to each other about these things that are really bothering us because we're forced as Black folk to make everybody else feel comfortable about what's going on with us. True. And so we're so trained to sit down and pretend and put on a brave face. It's like, oh yeah, they called me dark skin, they called me light skin. That was, you know, no, it's not fucking okay. And it doesn't feel good. It definitely, like, I can tell you that some of my lowest moments in my life were over issues like this. And it's just not fun. And when we're talking about, especially the proximity to whiteness, you know, it's not just, like I said, there are these personal anecdotes. It's not just the skin we're born with. We're not talking about all the beauty products that we use to bleach our skin. We're not talking about all the makeup that we use to lighten our skin. We're not talking about all the different things that we do. And it's true. And it's universal. It's like, that's what I was saying. It's not just the United States. It's not just Africa. It's not just the Caribbean. It's everywhere. And it's because there's nothing worse than feeling like you're an other. There is nothing worse than feeling like who you are isn't good enough simply because you exist. And your proximity to, and that othering, I saw somebody earlier in the chat talking about how, mixed people have it hard. It's actually not just mixed, it's every one of us. Because my mom and me are not light skinned, but we are to some people. And that othering still happens, and it happens whether you're pretty much white passing, and it happens whether you're super duper dark, and it's an issue, and it's pain, and it's trauma, and I just want to be like, let's be open and real about that, because this isn't something that we can just like, hey, this is real shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know I just got done talking, but I just wanted to touch on something really quick, which is a very big misconception that I just personally learned. So there's, the whole idea of like, the field slave and then like the house,
Oh
yeah.
I'm surprised none of us brought it up.
I just wanted to touch on like the idea of being more distant to Blackness, or what's being defined as being Black, only because of how terrifying it is in that, historical aspect. The only reason why is because basically the more distant, you were, the more powerful you were, not just because, you're pretty, but because you're more likely to be SA. And they literally had, like, sex rings, like, prostitute, like, that whole energy. And it was so abundant, and, like, you could barely function outside of that, to the point where freed women who were light-skinned or who did not have Afrocentric features were basically, like, which is a very bad way to say this. The only thing I can describe it in order to like make sense to the everyday person, basically something similar to like a sugar daddy with a plantation owner. That's how bad it was. So I just wanted to set that out there, because I think it's something that isn't talked about on the sexual assault aspect of slavery. And I just wanted to put that out there so y'all know. Oh, last thing too. There's also a trope called the Tragic Mulatto. That's a thing, and that also sexualizes light skinned or mixed people when it comes onto that aspect too. Because literally the trope is, well, I don't want to be Black. I want to be white, but she's rejected by white society, but she has a white lover. That's literally the whole trope, and it's
That's
just
the Drake.
it's a lot.
That's the Drake.
That's the Drake.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna. Oh wait, Kat, you wanna go ahead?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say that like I guess your standing in some of these the rate at which you're accepted as a lighter skinned person is also malleable, as all things are with race. None of us are. These are all fake and arbitrary categories,
Right.
but like your ability to be integrated in society as a light-skinned person can very much depend on how good are you acting, because as when I was younger, I've always sounded like this. I apologize. I don't want to sound like this either. It just happened. But I also have always been just
Relatable.
I've always just kind of grown up in predominantly white areas. So as a result, when I was growing up in Florida, and they do. I grew up mostly in Florida, and we used to bus people in because of the No Child Left Behind thing. When the bustin' kids would sit over there, I'd have to make sure I make it very clear that I'm not one of them. Like, no, I don't dress like them. I don't know them. those aren't my friends.
Yo.
They then, when the housing crisis of 2008 happened and people were suddenly able to afford living in my area, I'd be like, no, I was here before the housing crisis. Like, my parents could afford being here from before.
That's
Like,
so
I'm not,
real.
yeah, and I had to always like, and if I were to ever, go ahead and start sitting with them, my status as the light skin would basically be revoked, because you might look light skinned, but you're not acting light skinned today.
So like,
yeah,
you're from Baltimore, or you live in Baltimore County. I'm from this area, so you're familiar with like how white it is, and like that's how I ended up the way that I am. Like being into punk and death metal and stuff. Like I wanted to distinguish myself from the other black people. You know what I mean? Like I'm different. I'm one of the good ones. You know, you internalize that energy because when you're around other white people and you sound like I sound, or you sound like we sound, you know what I mean, and you talk the way that we talk, you're articulate, because they don't, what they're low key telling you is that they don't expect black people to speak the way that we speak, but you internalize it because you have no frame of reference. So you're like, yeah, I'm different. And then of course, when you see media, because we have piss poor representation in media, all you see is black people on cops, you know what I'm saying, in hip hop, selling drugs, bitch this, all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, you internalize all that energy for sure.
yeah, at some
1000.
point you have to become the
Light
I
skin or
don't know
dark
what a
skin.
Lil Wayne is. I love Paramore. Linkin Park is
Dog.
my favorite.
You-
Like,
this is
It
real
reminds me
talk.
of it reminds me of a story that my brother told me back when he was a lot younger. So we're in like a military family. We bounced around a lot. So obviously we were with a whole bunch of different like types of community and everything. But so he told me that he went to a party once, and the main reason why I want to say is because it touches on how like a lot of people, their like frame of reference when it comes to like black people specifically is through a lot of media, right? So I mean, whether we like it or not, I mean some like Midwestern kids, like first interaction with black people was like playing GTA 5 or and something like so they're like, they see Lamar and they're like, oh, black people.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't know
like,
anything else.
yeah, like there's a story from like a streamer that I watched that he went to go teach in Korea, and so he was like teaching English to like the Korean kids, and he put on like a movie, and so he put on a movie and some like black person was in there. This is back during like 2012 or something along those lines, and the kid was like, teacher, Obama. And he's like, no, that's not Obama. That's just some black person, right? And so what happened was he went to this party, and some song came on, some like rap song came on, and they were like, my brother's name is CJ, and they all like looked at him and they were like, CJ, dance. You know how to dance, right? It was like really
monkey
bad.
dance.
Well, it wasn't like that. It was just like, I've seen this before. You have like dance skills, right? Like we don't know how to dance. Could you dance? Right? It wasn't like malicious. They literally didn't. They haven't like spent any time like around black people or anything. And so a lot of like misconceptions come around just literally not knowing like any black people, and then having to get your and like having to get all the information from like TV or something like that. And obviously like representation, when it's bad, it gets even worse then.
There was this
Well,
school
it's even
I
worse
went
then.
to where the music teacher was, it was a Catholic school, and this music
I'm
teacher
sorry, real
was
quick.
like,
Unless after you finish your thing, Prisma, I want you to go next because I feel like you've been trying to talk, and I want to
Oh,
force you
sorry.
because I know it's your first panel. No, you can go first. Then I want.
That's okay.
I
Go
want Prisma
ahead.
to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I'll be quick. It was our music teacher. It was like, it was an all white school. I was one of like three black kids in the entire school out of like K through 8, and the music teacher was like talking about different types of churches and like different types of music that come from different types of churches, like Gregorian chant, plain chant, all that. And naturally she gets to gospel music, right? And because I'm the only black kid in the class, she just turns to me and is like, can you tell us what gospel churches are like, and what types of songs, what types of dancing you guys do in gospel churches? And I'm just like, my mom takes me to the same church we go to here every Wednesday. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, it was so weird.
Just the fact that not all gospel music is the same. Hold up. Like, not all
Right,
gospel
right,
music is the
exactly.
same,
Like, yeah. Sheesh.
I just wanted to say that because that
Yeah,
was
Kirk
funny.
Franklin sounds exactly like Mary Mary.
What do you mean they're all the same? They're all black. What?
There you go.
Not if you turn on the radio station for gospel music out where I'm at. It's nothing but country.
Yeehaw.
Oh,
I just wanted to. I know this is like way back, but whatchamacallit, sorry. And listen, Kat, you guys said you're from Baltimore, right? I'm from Northern Virginia, so like not too far. So like you kind of like know like how.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Wait, why?
Because
Get well soon.
Virginia, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Not the
we can talk about this
northern
later.
area.
We can talk about this later.
Yeah, I was just kidding, but yeah.
I'm not.
Every time I fight for my life whenever I say I'm from Northern Virginia. But it's you know how this like whole DMV area can be like diverse. So I think that growing up, I don't know, just being around a lot of different like types of people, I don't think I really developed like a certain way of speaking, but to other people it would be like, oh, you talk white, right? So do you think that like you are othered because of the way you talk, or do you think that you're othering yourself? Because I know you guys were saying like in a way like you were trying to like differentiate yourselves from the other, like it's like the whole othering thing we're talking about, right? Because it's not like, I don't know what came first, because the interest that I have and the way I talk, it's been like growing since I was younger. So in a way, like they other you for the way you talk and the things you like. But then at what point are you othering yourself? Because like Endless, you had said like, oh, like I'm different or whatever, right? Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, you go first. I'm talking way too much. You go first.
No, you're
either
good.
one of y'all.
Like,
one of y'all.
this is my channel, right? Like they have to hear me all the time. So
All right.
I wanted to actually
Give him a break.
I wanted to jump in because this is actually, so my grandfather was a politician. He was actually a senator at the U.S. Virgin Islands. And this is something that used to drive him up a wall because my grandfather being a senator, and then when he moved to Florida, he became the mayor of a city called Deltona. So politics my entire life since from before I was born. And as you can imagine, like I sat through quite a few, like, you know, League of City meetings or like whatever you want to call it, whatever the political whatever. It's like a little event. There's a bunch of little meetings, whatever. The point is with the nice dinners and they'll hire whoever the most popular comedian at the time is. It's all the things. But whenever I was speaking, one of the things that my grandfather always harped on me to speak well. The reason why he always harped on me to speak well didn't have to do with whiteness at all. It had to do with him wanting me to go to college. And him and he never actually expressed that it was about whiteness. I understand that now, but one of the things that drove him up the wall is I'm a fascinating and interesting guy to talk to. I mean, every single one of you is absolutely enamored with me and my gorgeous voice. And so were all of these politicians that were speaking to me, right? They loved talking to me, but the thing that they had to say every single time was, man, you speak well. You speak so well. You don't speak urban at all. I've even had that thrown at me, and I didn't understand because my grandfather tried to remove racism from my sphere, that why he was getting so angry about that interaction. I thought I was just being eloquent. So I ironically was trying to up my game to be better at it because I didn't understand that interaction. But it's because what's going on is it's like there's a checklist. And let me be clear. They'll look at you in the face and they're like, do you got a fat nose? Do you got a fat lip? Do you got curly hair? Are you light skinned? And if you go down this checklist far enough, okay, now I can care about what you think and how you feel. But if you hit one of these roadblocks, I'm not even going to pretend like you're a human being. I'm going to pretend like you're a caricature of something I've seen on TV. And I think that's where it comes from. I think that the fact that I grew up around politicians and white people has opened a lot of doors for me because I get to pass that first check. You know what I'm saying? And unintentionally, that's a reinforcing behavior. You know, you don't think about it when you're a kid. There's no way you understand it, but your brain is starting to pick up these small little patterns that you don't necessarily understand the bigger picture for. And in my mind, I literally unintentionally put on my funny white guy voice. And I would unintentionally, like, if you put a politician in front of me, if you talk to any mayor ever, start talking about how does your city get its water? Yeah, it does that. Really? That's so interesting. You see the septic system, and you go on and go on, and it just becomes such a pattern that you do just to be accepted into areas. And they give you little rewards like food and cookies, and like, come over here, look at this kid. He's going to be the next black senator, and it's infantilizing. It's infantilizing.
Stop. You hit the point. Nope, stop it. I can't no more. Oh my god. You just ran through the last 12 years of my life, literally step by step. And it's such a problem because it hits the mayoral part, because I ran for mayor of New York City, and it's like, you're not saying the lie. Like, you're not saying, like, as of yesterday. It's so crazy to me. So, like, I see you, Kat.
I just wanted to say Fluff. I'm just on the list.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. My bad.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. I'm sorry. Can they go then? I don't mind holding it, because I'm sure they're going to expand to a point where I can connect to it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I want to answer Prisma's question.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to answer. But yeah. I just want to answer your question, but
yes.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'll come back to responding.
Okay, Bink, go ahead, and then Kat.
Okay,
and then Paradigm.
Okay. I don't know. I kind of feel some type of way because I feel like I have like the most accent out of all of y'all. So like I kind of feel some type of way. But I guess my experience is a mixture of being considered exotic, and also how I guess like the different generations. So my dad is first generation American, but my mom was born in Jamaica. They're all Jamaican though. So when I was growing up, my dad was the one who was telling me, you need to speak proper, because generally speaking, he does speak proper, right? It was so much so like I used to get whoopings off of it. There's like certain words where I don't speak correctly. So for an example, right? But I don't enunciate my words. I'll give an example. Because this is just me. This is me being in the zone. That's why I speak like this. But basically, like if I'm speaking like quote unquote proper or whatever, right? There's certain words that I can't do. So for an example, you guys say yogurt. I can't say yogurt. I say yogurt. So like, yeah, I say yogurt. There's certain words like, or you guys will say way, and I say we. So like, there's a certain like words like I would get picked on at school for. Like they'd be like, oh my gosh, you speak so different, where are you from? Like it's that energy that I get, and I personally kind of feel some type of way when it comes on to that. Not necessarily just because of like dating, which I won't go on because Miss Cat got her little panel, but because I have two little brothers, and my two little brothers are, how do I say this? I'm more Jamaican than my little brothers. My little brothers are more, they're not even Southern. Like they're just blank, they're like blank, if that makes sense. Like they don't absorb any like culture that's around them. And I'm not saying black people culture, the only culture, I'm not saying that. But they're like, they speak proper, they just wear clothes to wear clothes. Like they're not in anything. So I personally feel some type of way because it's like, why am I the one with the accent? Why am I the one, black rights and everything? And they're just sitting there. So I feel some type of way because I feel like I'm kind of like alienated within my family about that. And then it's also like when I go on the street, it's because I am willing to, speak in my accent and not give a fuck. It's like, well, you a little bit too black over there. You got your afro over there, and you out here a little bit too black for me to interact with, and I don't know. It's just so fucked up. But yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Are you out in Macon, by the way? Macon County?
No.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm
county. Don't give me the county. Don't give me the city.
I'm from Florida.
What's your address?
Is it?
I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But
I thought. Okay, got you. Yeah, no. I've got a lot of activist friends in Georgia. That's why I was asking.
I'm
near Atlanta.
Just
Like-
really quick, because I know Kat wanted to go, just to answer the question too. My great grandmother was a school teacher, so she really impressed upon my coming from that period of time, impressed upon my grandmother to at least speak very well. She's from Mississippi, so she has a very heavy Southern accent. But my mother speaks the same way that I do. Like she's very clinical, you know what I mean, with the code switch, you know what I mean? So that was impressed upon me. And being that from the area that I'm from, naturally I was surrounded by white kids who either spoke that way or had what's called the Baltimorean accent, which is a very different accent from the accent that people always ask you to perform when they find out that you're black and from Baltimore and they've seen The Wire before. But yeah, for me, like I forget who was saying it, but it was definitely um you want to, there's that feedback loop that Ender was talking about where you're receiving all these rewards for behaving this way, but because you're so young you don't have the frame of reference to really quantify that. But there's also the aspect of, like I was saying earlier, you want to set yourself apart because that same feedback loop is the feedback loop reinforcing to you that what black people are is the thugs, the criminals, the Jezebels, whatever. So you subtly want to distance yourself, whether you're aware of it or not. At a certain point, you become aware of it. And it also gets into like there's certain times where I have to pull my mom aside where she'll make a comment about how, like, if we go to the city somewhere to a food spot and the way that they pronounce like Doug or Zinc or something, or just AAVE stuff, where my mom would be like, "That's not right," and I have to be like, "I mean, right is relative," and like they don't understand it as code switching, proximity to whiteness, all that. They understand it as speaking correctly, and that's what they instill upon you until you gain the frame of mind to really examine it. But
So you're trying to
I'm
correct them
having
with your SJW cringe.
yeah, exactly. With all that hippy dippy bullshit.
Yeah, I see a lot of people like talking about fighting to be, or like trying to associate closer with being white. Has how many of you guys have fought with trying to be seen as or trying to be black? Because for me personally, I'm dark skinned. Like typically when people see me, they aren't like what he but I
Thank
do
you,
know with like
Node,
the
for the
antagonism and
sub.
everything,
It's very nice of
you
you.
don't get a lot of the times you have to really fight to be some people have tried to fight to be white, and obviously that has caused like antagonism as well. Like you're separating yourself from like the struggle and like the movement and everything. And now a lot of days, because I have like an older cousin and he's like lighter skinned, and he gets picked on for that too, and he always has since he's been like younger. So that's like a soft spot for him. How many of you guys have dealt with that? Because I know we have some lighter skinned people here.
Been picked on for being
Including me.
lighter?
Yeah, or like you had like a
black
little bit of an identity. Yeah, not black enough. You had a little bit of an
Yeah.
identity crisis with not being seen as black, and you had to kind of fight to be a part there. You said that you had to. Well, some people weren't seen like a part of like the struggle, right? Or the like the community.
I
type
was
thing.
gonna say, before we get into this, because I really want to get into this, I wanted to hear Kat's answer to what Kat was gonna say earlier.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
probably dovetails into this too.
yeah, sure. So, the question was initial. Oh, okay. Yeah. Are we intentionally othering yourself? I think at some point I might have been. I think when I was in middle school, I was like, "What's rap? That's disgusting. Oh my god!" Like, like, oh my gosh, everyone's listening to Jason Derulo. It's so basic. Why is nobody listening to like Flyleaf?
Oh
And
my
I was,
god.
yeah, like,
I was
Yes,
way more
I'm
cringe with it. I was like, why isn't everyone listening to Cannibal Corpse?
Okay.
Oh, male rage.
Bring
yeah.
me the horizon.
Yeah, so I think for a while it was like a bit of that intentionally othering. I think it's also because a lot of it's also kind of picking up off of like what your family is dropping. Every time she's working that back, don't know how to act. Slow motion for me comes up on the radio. Your parents are like, this isn't holy. So Yeah,
None of these words are in the Bible.
none of these words are in the Bible. So yeah, I think I did intentionally other. I think what really helped overall with becoming more, I guess, coming to terms to there is no right way to be black. I'm gonna keep on doing this all day. I'm so sorry. Living in Haiti, because at some like we're all black in the class. Like no one needs to prove themselves anymore. And also, you know, we're in a country entirely made up of us. We've owned our country for the last 200 years. Whatever. Like, I could literally be listening to fucking anything. Honky tonk, wonky wonk, Nickelback all day. No one cares. I'm still a good black person. So I think that made it a lot easier for me to, like, I guess, no longer try to prove myself to anybody. I still had to prove myself in terms of other things, but at least I knew I was black. And then in university, I didn't really have any black people around me, so I was, you know, the spokesperson for all things, so I guess I had to be the head black at all, like, for 5 years. I was the mayor of Blacktown for a while.
The
but-
CEO.
Yeah, CEO, founder, and
Representative
president.
sent from the black delegation.
That reminds me of a movie with Idris Elba. Did that just come out?
Yeah. So, yeah, at some point, I probably was intentionally othering, but at some point, I just was like, this is it, and what I like is what I like, and you know what? I will go ahead and play Plain Jane by A$AP Ferg in my headphones at the grocery store, and I'm run through all that chicken with me. Like, I don't care anymore. I don't need to prove
Is
myself.
it the original version or the one with Nicki Minaj?
The original version.
Okay, I feel you.
Yeah.
I would like. Oh, sorry. There was a
So,
list. I
real
probably
quick,
missed it.
I'm sorry, Paradigm. No, it's okay, Paradigm. You can go next. Just real quick, since you guys are juicing this topic like a lemon, you can just go ahead and drop in any hair and body type. We're just gonna go ahead and drop that into the conversation naturally. There's not going to be any opener or anything like that. So if you guys want to include that into what you're already talking about or what you want to say, please feel free to. Rather than, because I'm realizing I think it's going to be a bit too inorganic to just make you guys focus on one of those aspects. So please feel free to just drop in.
I'm cooking up a Subway. I'm cooking up a Subway.
Yeah, who has body dysmorphia? Raise your hand. I wasn't actually expecting you to do that, but
Hey, I don't give a fuck.
So I
We were
want to
talking
not only
about-
respond to Ender, but I can not only include the fluff thing, but I also want to respond to the last two things that were said. First, Fluff, great job with the moderation. Great feeling. You're one of the few moderators that reads the room, not throwing out any subs. Appreciate that. Not only, I mean, I was gonna go into a whole thing about, like, because I'm hearing it and it's like, damn, we could talk about light skin versus dark skin forever, and that doesn't even include the difference between men and women. Like, we could, like, that doesn't, it's so crazy that it's so in depth that you could leave that out and still not get an answer. Like, you could solve it for all black people and still have to several, and then that doesn't even get into trans people. That doesn't even get into, like, sexual orientation.
That doesn't. We're juicing, and that's the next panel. We're juicing.
Right,
and
you
that's the
feel
whole
me?
next panel.
Like,
If you want to be in the
but-
next panel, let me know. And then you can
Oh
sit
no,
there.
we there already. I'm saying yes already.
Oh, okay.
You heard it
I'll
live.
add you in.
Yeah, it's a
But it's crazy to me that you were saying, like, oh, I grew up in a politician's, like, household, because my dad used to have that same thing with me about you got to speak proper because people will judge you based on what you say out of your mouth. And I used to think it's inbuilt a prejudice with me with other black people. Like, why do y'all talk like that? Why do y'all talk like that? As if I'm not one of, like, as if I'm better than. So I had to detrain. Obviously, me and my dad, I got him to be fucking anarchist at this point. Like, he's fuck the system, socialism at least. Anyway, no. You just made me think about, as I was growing up, I would consistently hear the Oreo argument, and, like, it really made me feel like being smart was somehow betraying people, and I didn't get that. And now that I can understand the white dynamic, it helps me understand what was also said about, like, my dad used to perpetuate that at the same time as he was shaming me for my music choices. And
Why
I
you
was singing.
acting white?
Yo, matter of fact, that still happens to this day, so I'm not even gonna bring that up because like that's the end of this. The second thing to respond to the idea of having to own your blackness, that was a huge thing. I remember hearing. I came home and I'm a big person on memory, so excuse me when I go into my euphoric mode. But it was June 5th, 2005.
It's giving that so Raven.
Yeah, right? Like, thank you. All right, that's gonna be a stinger for me from now on. That's so Raven zoom in. It was raining really hard. We just came back from Rye Playland. It was like one of those warm rains. So I ran in the apartment and I put on the radio because I wanted to listen to some music. That's when I didn't have any devices. And Cold by Crossfade came on at the exact right after Usher's Yeah. And
two slappers in a row. Crazy.
Right? You feel me? And I started getting into rock music because of that. Like, that shit just hit different. I've never heard anything like that. And I remember I had on one of my CDs a year later, it was Nickelback. Best album ever for all the right reasons. Not going to debate that. And Saving Me was playing. And I remember hearing my dad laughing with his then, my stepmom at the time. And I was like, what is so funny about this song that they're like listening to it? So I went to the back because the door wasn't open. The door was open. And he had the backwards cap on and he was doing like the guitar thing and he was wailing like he had all the emotion. And they saw me and they just started laughing. And it was like, I can't believe you listened to this. And it's like,
oh yeah.
Damn, that drove me deeper into the rabbit hole. Now I'm in fucking Bullet for My Valentine and like.
How you think I ended up listening to death metal, bro?
It's like,
you know what I'm saying?
By the way, can we all point out how cute I think it is that you got access to black people music? I used to wish. I was like, I don't know what everyone's listening to besides white people. I'm so scared right now.
Yo,
But I turned to the dark side eventually.
For me, music was. Oh, sorry.
No. I was, but sorry. We'll do that. So what that made me think about when we were asking about owning, and I love all these segues. I really made everything just sit right nice together.
We're talking about owning because I'm trying to segue too.
When we talk about owning our blackness,
Black panel talking about owning. Wow.
You knew it was coming there, okay?
Black
Coming back
History
around.
Month, crazy.
Yeah, it works. And you talk about like how your body looks. When I started streaming, yeah, we're gonna go on all 3Ds. When I started streaming, I took after Hassan and Vosh because that was the popular identity of how I got into knowing that there was a political community outside of like the post I was seeing on Facebook. Like there were people live streaming and talking about this. And as I've already told Kat, and I think even Fluff, when I was on the panel with Joe, I even said this, I don't talk to black creators because all of them are not seen in my YouTube recommendation. I've never heard of half of these
I've been
people.
talking about this exact same thing in my last.
I thought you just did it because you're racist. I got just a little.
You know what's funny about the algorithm thing? Let me just hop in real quick.
Go ahead.
It's like it won't show you black creators, but then it'll show you black issues. It's like, I'm black, but you won't show me black people talking about what I'm talking about.
Why are you telling me? What is Vosh's take on this? I don't care. I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, I'm tired of it over and over again. So as I started streaming, I dealt with like, I'm a little like right now overweight. Vosh and Hassan are both like, they proud about their jackedness. Like, I gotta be like that. I have to talk a certain way. I have to. And matter of fact, this was the beginning of this goddamn panel. We said, is it okay to like, if we say the N-word, it's all black people here. I wonder how that'll be like TOS. And I wonder, like, we are codified into a white world, even when it's the things that we own. And I can't say that there's any amount of creator funds focusing on black, like there's so many things that need to happen for us to be able to own that and not feel like I gotta have the nicest lighting. I want to appear a little bit more lighter. These are all things that we have to start asking ourselves, because the top creators on this platform dominate not only that portion of what we talk about, but the perception of the take that you should have on it. And I don't see enough of us being able to get to that spot to say something like, hey, I should have you on my show. I could add a different perspective to this that might be good for your audience. It's like, no, we have to prove ourselves on all those levels before we even get to like being able to have a point of discourse. Some people have gotten bigger, good, but like the overall consensus is who?
Can I touch on that real quick? I just wanted to say the fact that we have to show that we're qualified to talk on black issues. Like, we're not black 24/7, 365 days a year.
Twice as hard, half as good.
I only wanted to say that because I personally have, not to get on the, Mr. Slurs, but I personally had like the N-word debate with like a whole like group of white people, and it was only like one other black person, and a white person literally turned to me, well, you're not black enough to speak on these issues. They literally told me that, and
That's
it's just
so
like,
crazy.
I
It's like
don't
a
know.
place to
It's
say that.
just, I feel like the fact that there's activism sentiment in the black household period just gives you.
I want to hop in on this because I feel like, because we were talking about ownership earlier, and part of the black experience is eventually whether you acknowledge it and choose to reject it, or you acknowledge it and you honor it, is you own that you are black, right? So that's comes quicker for some than others, right? If you can pass for white, if you're light skinned or whatever. But I keep hitting Drake throughout this panel. Shout out to Feek the Signifier, FD Signifier on YouTube. He actually just did an amazing video on Drake. And yes, and I think he laid out perfectly the issue of what people at least mean when they say someone is not black enough, which is a crazy thing to say by other black people, but that's wild to say if a white person, like, I would TOS you if you said that to me if you were a white person. But
They literally do it all the time. Hey, for the sake of vibes and like vibe check this, can we all do me a favor since we're all owning it? Can you say it loud?
Say
black and I'm
The
proud.
N-word?
Oh, I'm black and I'm proud.
Whoa, what are you doing here? What are we doing here?
I
I was
wasn't.
going a different direction, and you went right for that hard R. Right for it. It was like a heat seeker missile. He's like, I had a white voice going all through high school, so I couldn't say the hard R. Is this the time? Is this the time? Like, he was so excited. No, I want everybody here to like as cringe as it sounds, I'm going to be honest to all of you that are listening to us out there. How many times in your life, we all of us can think of the point in our lives when we go, you know what? Fuck it, I'm black. Fuck you guys, I love it.
Yep.
And all of us have that moment. And sometimes we don't get to express it. We don't get to talk about how we've come to be proud of who we are and our blackness. And oftentimes, I know I sure as hell don't with this fucking voice. So let's like seriously, guys, everyone here should take a second and say, yo, I'm black and I fucking love it. I'm black and proud. Period.
That's the other thing.
I just wanted to give context because this is more so like an inside joke. So just to give context, right? So as I said, my family is Jamaican and everything, and my family is more surrounded about politics, right? Let me just say, for the sake of memes, because I like doing you're not black enough memes. I think it's hilarious. Okay, you're not black enough if you haven't had cooking grease put in your head while you're out here getting it braided. Literally that's what slaves used to do. That's literally the point. That's literally the point. Like, I have a whole portrait
Had that pink
of
lusters.
of black Jesus in my living room, and all of my garage is Black history for Jamaica, because my grandparents live with me. So like that's just like the context of like why I thought like you're not black enough is just so.
Well,
I'm gonna
it
make
was,
real
what
quick.
I was-
I'm gonna
oh,
make
sorry.
Shark go, and then I'm gonna make Prisma go because I want to hear you two more.
Fluff, I want you to say it.
True.
it.
Me personally, I don't think I ever had I don't think I ever had a moment where like, heck yeah, I'm black and I'm also proud. I always like enjoyed being black. Honestly, I didn't think it was like much different. Once again, I'm like a military brat, so we bounced around everywhere. We started in New York, bounced around to like Missouri. I grew up on like a lot of like military bases. My parents ended up in Fort Knox. So for me personally, it was never like a thing where I felt like necessarily like bad for being black. There were like definitely some times where I'm like, what is happening? Like, you guys are a little weird, right? But I was never like. There's been like I mean, I don't. Maybe it's just like how I view myself. But when I see some people like being stupid, I'm just like, you're just subhuman. You're just like below me. So when I think about it, I don't think of it as like that much of like a big thing or like that serious. But also I was like a little bit more insulated because like everybody on military bases, we all like bounced around. All of the kids like they all grew up around like black kids. Whether that be like more like inner cities or not. So. For me, I never really had that moment necessarily, right? Everybody was, I either like mixed or been around like different races of people like our entire lives, right? I guess like the biggest time where that kind of happened was I guess when we moved here to Kentucky. I told my chat like this story like not too long ago. It was basically I was chilling and I was talking to this one girl at the lunch table. She was white, and there was like the group of like redneck hick kids or whatever. And I don't know. They're like talking about like dating like other race of people, and they're like, "What? Weird? What? What?" Right? And this was like the first time I've really been around people who haven't like been around like other black people or anything. Like my school at the time was like pretty white. We had just like a handful of like black people around. Basically, I was just like talking to her. What like nothing like flirtatious and everything. And this one dude like turned to her. This kid who like woke up I think at like 4 or 5 a.m. to go like shovel some like cow shit or something because he smelled like it too. Was like you wouldn't date a black person, would you? That's weird. And she's like, "What the fuck? What are you talking about?" And I was just like, "What's happening? What's going on?" So I never had that moment specifically, but I've definitely had that moment where I'm like, "Man, people are definitely strange." Definitely.
I think
I love you.
What?
Got him.
It's okay. It's okay. I just
what
love you.
happened.
I love everything about who you are.
this
thank
is
you.
beautiful. This is beautiful.
Black is beautiful.
Very beautiful. I think my first instance of being confused was for more. I already said this earlier, but for more context, yeah, I'm first generation. My parents refuged here from Ethiopia and Eritrea. I went to an elementary school where it was predominantly Black and Latinx, but more so Black, and it was Black History Month in 6th grade, and I was like, cool, it's Black History Month, excited, right? And then my friend sitting across the desk from me, who was Black, was like, "You're not Black. You're not Black. Your parents have an accent." I was like, "I am Black. They're from East Africa. They're Black. I'm Black." And they're like, "No, you're not." Yeah, they're like, "You're not Black." I was like, "Well, if I walk into the street, I'm Black. People see me. I'm Black." And there's this constant struggle between like in group and out group for me, right? Because for Black Americans, growing up was told I was not Black enough. Then for more so I guess culturally Ethiopian Eritrean people who refuged here, like most of my family, I'm one of the only ones growing up who was Americanized, I guess. So they're like, you're not Ethiopian or Eritrean, you're American. Then we got everyone here say you're not Black, and I'm like, so what am I? Right? What the fuck am I? I'm just this anomaly. Like, what am I doing here? But I mean, I don't know. I think in that moment I just kind of I owned it. I was like, I am Black. What do you mean? Like I never thought I couldn't be, because when I check off the papers, I'm Black. I don't know. It was a really weird existential moment for a 6th grader. But
in the spirit of the Kumbaya Riverside that's said that until the Black woman is free, none of us are free. Until you're Black, none of us are Black.
what? I love that. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say the thing for like being. Oh, if I'm able to cut off.
Yeah, finish what you're saying, and then Katarana will go after you.
I just wanted to touch on being in the middle because, as I said, I'm seen as like the most Jamaican, right? But because I grew up around my grandma, my mom, and because like the values that they have from their experience in Jamaica is different. I feel like I'm kind of othered when I'm at school because the way I see friends and community is different. So for an example, right, I have like the same 50 kids from 6th grade, and I would consider them family at that point. Because I know you since 6th grade, we all in the same class, we all have the same teachers. We basically been through the same thing. Because I'm not, the area I'm in, isn't like a very like terrible, drugs on the corner or anything like that. Like it's really under wraps, if anything, right? So I feel like, we all grew up and we're all family at that point. That's just how I was raised. But when I go to school, because it's so like individualistic, I feel like that dilemma of like, damn, I'm really like with the girls and like they treat me different because that's how I interact and how I value relationships. And I understand it's a point of like, maturity because, not a lot of people are like 18 talking about politics, like actually, on panels and shit. But it also feels like, when am I enough?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard because I keep saying this because, as I said, like, I went to Jamaica once and remembered. I went to it 3 times altogether, and I went once and was like actually, aware and everything. And I feel more at home over there than I feel up here. And I'm first gen. And that's I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it's culture see with the girls, but like the fact that I rather be in like for like people who are living first worlds, and how they're perceived. The fact that I rather live in a quote unquote like developing nation and be with my peoples than be here says a lot. So like it's just that constant reminder like, hey yo, you're different in some type of way. I can't just be different and I can't just like sit there and just talk to somebody and then have that constant conflict of, oh well, I believe that I should give to my neighbor, and they be like, nah bro, we can't do that, like you not one of the homies, man. And I'm like, what do you mean we not one of the homies? I look like you, like we live across the road from each other. Like when I tell you it's so different, like when I went down to Jamaica, everybody's walking the streets, everybody's selling to one another. Like when it come on to my family and everything, it's basically like a little courtyard, and everybody have like the little door where they go into, so it's their house. Like that's how they live. Like it's a community thing, period. But when I come back to where I'm at, and as I said, I'm in the South, I'm in Georgia, it's like everybody lock up in their house and that's it. So it's that really big like culture shock, and it's kind of the reason why I just stay to myself when it comes down to family, because it's like, dang, like I can't even just hang with the folks to hang with the folks. I'm just always automatically different. It's either I go to Jamaica and I fetishize of being foreign, I'm over here in America and I fetishize of being Jamaican when I'm not even that different from everybody else. The only thing is different that I speak different and I got different food. That's really it. That's really it.
The food is
So
important
like,
though.
I
mean, don't get me wrong, a little jerk really be going a long way, but like there's nothing to considered I'm the different one. Like I had a whole conversation with this dude. This dude was hitting on me. He was trying to flirt with me and everything. He lived in my neighborhood. He gonna pull up onto the porch and we talking on the porch. And he's talking about, dang, shawty, I like the way you talk. And I'm like, I don't talk different. Like the fuck is you talking about? And I was just like, so it's not a funny period. I'm serious. Like he's trying to sit there and have a whole 30-minute conversation about how I talk. And I even went to work, and there was this little this dude, and he was like, dang, you talk different. Where you from? And I was like, yeah, my family Jamaican. Tell me why we're talking about me being Jamaican for 2 hours. Why are we talking about this? Like, it's just such a nothing to talk about. And it's just like, I'm constantly reminded that like these little tiny things is like contributes to like, the way you feel about yourself. And it's just, I don't know. It's just so stupid because it doesn't matter. Like, why isn't like somebody's character more Oh, don't get me wrong. Somebody needs to be cute to be in my lanes, but it's like it's just so little, tiny, stupid stuff that don't even make any sense. Like,
And
you have to have long nails. Like, the fuck?
It's the small, and that's the thing that really. I'm sorry to cut you off, Kat. That's the thing that that's the thing that really gets me when it comes to these conversations. And I'm about to go a layer deeper, so I'm sorry if nobody was headed in this direction. But, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel, and I've told this to my chat a million times, I feel like I have to put on a show to be a part of what you want me to achieve. Like, my chat understands that I can be depressed, I'm sad, I have ADHD, you know, I deal with the idea of, I want this segment to be popping, go hit the YouTube, go do this, that. But, like, I will sit there and tell them, like, there are some days where I just don't have that energy. And I don't have the privilege to be able to sit up here and say, I'm going to talk about this random bullshit for 3 hours. And y'all going to fuck with it and give me the subs, y'all going to do this and blah, blah, blah. And I wonder, and I talked to my chat about this because, and I keep mentioning that because I don't get time personally to sit and evaluate things. With the pandemic going on, I've been able to have that time, but like before that I was existing, you know, jobs, blah, blah, blah. It makes me always say to myself, what is causing that feeling? And generally, then this is why I brought up the chat, is because they have come to understand my erraticies when it comes to my brain. And I told them I haven't found a group that has gotten used to my erraticies. I haven't found a group that makes me feel comfortable to be able to speak when something comes to my mind that often or not that I want to be able to express. I want this to be like, hey, we're going to sit down and talk for 30 minutes about like why I think Black creators get this stick, or why Black people look at affordable rent in the newspaper and they're like, who is this affordable for? Who do we talk to about getting this like fixed? And to bridge it back to what you were saying, it's those little tiny things that have built up over time that like you ingrain without thinking. You just say to yourself, I'm sure everybody's had this moment at least once where you say, I'm just not going to say or do that thing around these people just for the sake of not having that conversation. Just for the sake of them not reacting a certain way. They might not. They might be like, yo, you the cool dancer. All right, cool. All right, let's talk about it. But like, I'm just going to save myself the effort of asking, like, was that racially motivated? Like, was that, wait, what? Hold on. No, I'm good. I'll just, you know what? I'll just talk shit about you on Twitter later because you don't have Twitter, so it's going to be fun. I'll go viral and you'll be wondering
All right.
why.
Right, I love you. I'm gonna force KataraNa to speak now.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the end of that.
Yeah, really quick. We all should be way larger than we are.
True.
Just letting you know. Yeah. So I just wanted to talk.
I'm trying to lose weight.
I'm too toxic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I just wanted to talk really quickly about like the idea of being Black. I guess and also I think I'm having a panel in 2 weeks talking about like all the different like cultures of being Black, because Black America gets very much lumped, and like I as a Caribbean don't understand other people as Black Americans, and Africans might not understand me as a Caribbean, but we all get lumped. It's weird. But yeah, essentially like
Caribbean too. Oh,
you can sit with me. No, but in general,
Island boy.
we all get like I guess there's always like a fight about like whether or not you are being like a good Black person like in the Black community, because I guess like since I'm not a Black American, you know, sometimes there will be experiences that people talk about like, yeah, you're not Black unless you like jump the broom, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like my culture does not jump a broom, but that, you know, we love doing that. That's what we do, and like I don't know what you're talking about, and they're like, you're white. I'm like, no, I'm different. And I've also had people sometimes say that I don't even get to use I don't even get to claim being Black because I'm not like from chattel slavery like the same way that like Americans are. So like, yeah, like you don't like we don't have the same experience. Like you're not really
Advanced
like,
hotepery. Advanced hotepery.
Yeah,
I wish a white person said that in front of me because I would slap the shit out of them.
Oh no,
That sounds like some hotep shit.
100%. It was said by a bunch
Didn't more
of
slaves go
hoteps.
to the
But
Caribbean though? In like Brazil?
pardon?
Didn't more slaves go to like the Caribbean and like Brazil? So like,
Oh
Yeah, yes, 100%. But
So
hey,
that's what I
um,
wanted to say earlier too, is that we literally tried the whole put us back on a boat and send us back to Africa shit, and
how to?
it didn't work out too great.
Oh yeah,
I won't
Liberia's
spoil it for you.
bustling.
Yeah, I won't
Yeah.
spoil it for you, but Monrovia did not work out too great. But also, like, blackness is two things, like the act of being black, which is kind of mutable in certain ways, but also participation in blackness. So that's why we'll say things like, you ain't black if you ain't jumped the broom, you're not black if you don't know this Biggie record, or so on and so forth. And I think what gets lost in that is the fact that, getting into what Ender was saying, the universal experience that we all have is our trauma, regardless of what our participation in what is perceived to be black is at the moment, right? And there's a certain degree of judgment that can be placed in there when it comes to like larger celebs and stuff like that, right? There's issues of people who will make money off of being black or the black experience or selling their trauma or whatever, and then don't contribute anything, right? But I feel like that's where you're at least in my opinion, because like I said earlier, the universal thing we have between us is our trauma. So I think it's only appropriate to question someone's blackness in very rare instances. You know what I mean? I won't say the other C word, but aside from
Oh.
that, it's like it's just everybody has the same bullshit that they go through. So just because someone doesn't do this, that, or the third, like me, I'm dark as midnight, right? But my blackness gets questioned because I like death metal, right? Same experience that Paradigm had, right? My parents found out, they saw me watching it was this band Blood Red Throne. I told my parents, I want to do that. I want to be like that. And it was just like a bunch of white boys headbanging and doing helicopter hair on stage. They thought it was hilarious until I found my favorite band, Suffocation, innovator in that genre. Lead guitar player is a black dude with dreadlocks like me, and it changed my whole perspective on that whole shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So no matter what corner you look in, no matter what rock you turn over, you're going to find one of us, whether you look in death metal, punk rock, streaming, video games, anime, K-pop, whatever.
I better
It's,
not find you in K-pop.
hey fam, I can't,
there are
they
like
stole
mean-
the 90s
these
R&B
white
beats.
stuff.
I want them to bring that vibe back here in America, and they refuse to. So K-pop is where I must turn.
Don't start. Don't at me, bro. Huna's a goddess. So
I just
I don't
have
know who
one
you're talking
question.
about.
Am I allowed to? Are we allowed to say the other C word? Because I want to say the other C
Oh,
word.
I think
I'd
that's
rather you
actually
not,
like a
especially with
that-
them cracking down on saltine.
Uh,
I'd rather
I
just
think
like
Kat was
that.
trying to say something though.
And
Let's
that.
just not
Hey guys,
say
I
the
think
C
we're all
word.
talking over Kat. I think Kat was trying to say something.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just was gonna say that like because of a lot of the things that we experience at times of it's like Black America doesn't accept me. Well, I guess there's not enough Caribbeans here. I'll just pretend to be something else. And what Florida has a lot of is Latinos. I was Dominican for years because, like, hey, at least still understand that I'm Dominican. And I took a bunch of Spanish classes, and I was like, oh yeah, like, yo hablo español, ha ha ha, yeah.
Mhm.
So that's it's really unfortunate because sometimes as someone that's I guess as people that are lighter passing, you can just pretend to be other things. And people were like, you're Dominican. I mean, you can be Dominican and black, but don't tell people that. No, it's different. It's Latino. But another thing I did want to bring up from like earlier, like way earlier, and it's just because it's not close to being done, but it's kind of late, and I think about this all the time, was when Prisma was talking about perm. I think about hair so much because hair is just such a generally traumatic experience to me as a person. And I didn't get my hair permed at 5. I got it permed at 11. But, for a year before that, my mom was putting something called Curl Away in my hair. It smelled really fucking weird. It was like not, it wasn't a chemical, but it made my hair looser. Whoa.
Like a
And that means,
texturizer.
yeah, it would come out if I stopped using it, but yeah, it just made it like a little bit looser. And then, I finally got the perm when I got to middle school, and it's so different how you're like treated depending on like what hair you have. The straight, like if you have straight hair, everyone's like, wow, you must have a white parent. So you're okay. And then if you have like curlier hair, to like, no, you just have light skinned parents. Not as okay.
Yeah.
And I think about hair all the time. I cut off my hair when I was 18, because I just couldn't fucking do it anymore. Like, there's something so fucking weird about putting a hair product in your hair. Like, the first time you put perm in, you have to get like the one with lye in it. Do you know what lye is? It's
that shit
sodium
burns.
fucking hydroxide. Why are we putting sodium
Okay,
hydroxide in our...
You're so close to your brain.
No, yeah, I will dork out all the time. Like, I'm here for it. Like,
If you leave that shit in too long, it'll burn your scalp too.
Yeah.
yes, it will. And when I was in Haiti, I got so many fucking scalp burns on my head, and I'm like, why am I doing this shit? Why am I doing it? It's just, and I'm going to continue with the chem for just a second. Sodium hydroxide. Do you want to know what neutralizes sodium hydroxide? Hydrochloric acid. Why are we putting the thing that neutralizes hydrochloric acid on our head? Yes, I hit my own microphone because I was my camera because I got so excited.
gone.
Yeah, I know. I'm here.
That's
here.
right.
I just
Raged out.
yeah. Oops. But yeah, it's just it's
The white.
It's just-
the white blanket.
it's just
So,
it's just so insane. And hair.
I wanted to piggyback off that, but I don't know who wants to talk first.
So what we're gonna do
you
actually
You go
is-
first.
What we're gonna do is I want to give everybody like enough time. I hate doing like rushed outros and stuff like that where everyone gets like a minute. And so while we still have a little bit of time, I want like everyone to kind of, if we can, just use this to say whatever like else is on your mind. We'll take turns, say whatever else is on your mind, and at the very end shout yourself out. But like, don't feel like this is like an outro where you need to say everything in a minute. Like, go ahead and say like try to get out at least one more thing that you really cared about saying. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that, Pisma.
Okay. The hair thing is very important to me too, and it's like having like deciding to go natural. Like that's so like why do I have to decide? Like why can't it just be right? But anyways, when I did that, it was a lot of questions. Why did you do it? Why? Like, and it's almost like people are looking at you like unkempt. Like if you choose not to have your hair straight, then it's like you're not doing anything to your hair. And it's like, do you know how hard this is? Like, I don't think people understand, like, and the anxiety behind, like, getting your hair done. I don't know. I think, Kat, what you were saying, like, when you cut all your hair off, it's like, I wanted to do that so many times because I hated the anxiety of getting my hair done and having so many questions asked about my hair. Like, oh, how did you grow that so fast? Like, or blah blah blah. Like, it was just annoying. So, I just remember having so many instances after going natural. That's the most I've ever been asked about my hair. Like, mostly in jobs that I worked, because I worked at a lot of restaurants, like serving and bartending and stuff. And they had a rule where, like, if your hair goes past your shoulders, tie it up. I had the teeny weeny afro at the time. I could not tie my hair up, but I had a manager who was like, "Oh, does that thing go back at all?" And I was like, "No, it doesn't." And he's like, "Well, we have that rule." I'm like, "Well, it doesn't touch my shoulders." He's like, "Well, it just needs to be neater." And it's like, well, I washed my hair. I put curling gel in it. Like, I feel like it's done. But for this white man, it was just like he thought it was unkempt. So for a while, I rebelled against it in that job in particular. And one day he just yelled at me and said, "Tie your hair up." And I was so scared. I was like, well, I'm about to lose my job. So I took all the strength in me to take the short. I had literally, it was so short. It was like this short. I tied it back. And he's like, you look way better like this. And I'm just like, yeah. And I'm like, and he's like, oh, I mean, you're good either way, but this looks better. He got fired, but I mean, point is, like, I think that was his due karma. But anyways, in other jobs, I had similar experiences where they would just be like, tie your hair up. And I'm like, I would tie my hair up. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I had my hair up in this like updo. It was up, but it had little bangs out. So it's kind of like this, right? Or whatever. Had a manager come to me say, oh, you have to tie your hair up. The district manager said he doesn't like it. I'm like, why? My hair's up. They said it needs to be out of your face. I go and I'm looking around at all these other people with straight hair, and they have bangs. It's just that my bangs are curly. They're poofy. And I, at the time, I really need, it's like you feel so small, because it's like, what can you do? You need this money. What can you do? Can you say no and then get fired or get sent home, but you need money? Like, it's like you can't win. Like, it's such a weird experience, like, where it's like, I feel like I'm in control. This is me. This is how my hair goes, right? But at the same time, like, I don't know, they still have, these rules are in place for us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that same place had rules on, you can't have your nails unnatural colors, you can't have long nails longer than an inch, like, you can't have loud makeup, you can't have this and that. It was clearly...
Like, just say you don't want black people in here.
Exactly, just say I was working here. They were trying to get on a girl for having cornrows. And I'm like, I don't know why I stayed there for a few months. But anyway, point is, I think that's a lot of my experience, like, with beauty standards, it revolves a lot around hair. It's like, why is it such a big deal? Like, this is what happens. Like, this is what it does. Like, why do you guys care so much? You know what I mean? But anyway.
I think I should just go because I was gonna talk about that.
Go ahead.
But it was a quote. It's not a quote, but it was a interview with Denzel Washington when he was talking about why I think it was something along the why a black a all black cast is important, or why a white person can't play a black person in a movie or something like that. And he said something along the lines of, it's not just about it being culture, it's about the experience. He said something like, every black child can remember the smell of the hot comb burning on the stove. And that hit personally to me, because when I was in kindergarten, my grandma had the hot comb on the stove, on the gas stove that had to heat up for a good 20 minutes, and then I was the one to experience that. I mean, hot combs come back in style because everything come back in style now, but it's more electric. But that smell of burning hair, that time you had to take a little 4 hours to get those bob braids in. You had to wash your hair, you got to detangle it, and then you have to go sit here with the girls who get the 4-pack of hair from the beauty supply store. All of that is experience. How you get racially profiled at beauty supply stores, how people look at you some type of way when you have your afro. You know how many times I go to school with my afro, and they're like, dang, how did you, as you said, how you get your afro that big? Dang, how does that, black girls have big afros? That's a thing. And it's wild to me, because I talked to my friend, and my friend does hair, and she was like, I personally only wear my hair in braids and sew in dreads because I'm scared, the little crochet, let me say that, crochet dreads, because I feel like I am emasculated because I have short hair. And that's a thing. Her hair is short like Enda. So she feel like it always have to be, long, and all of these concepts. And it's just the fact that we have to deal with this dilemma in the first place. For me personally, I have very strong feelings about the natural hair movement. Very strong feelings. Very, very strong feelings. Very problematic feelings. Because I was the ones that growing through the feelings, and I'd be the ones that grow through the feelings, and it was not cute. But one of my opinions is that I don't feel like it's supposed to be a movement. about embracing natural hair, and it has to be quote unquote kept. I don't believe in that. And the only reason why I don't believe in that is because I said my grandma, my mom, their hair has to always have their curls quote unquote popping. It always have to be done. You can't just have your hair, in an afro for a little 2 days, or have your hair up without gel. It's not you. It always have to be neat and tidy. And I don't feel like that should be a standard for us as a natural hair movement. Everything has to be gel down. It has to have all of these products. And I mean, and that's the thing too, I be jealous sometimes. The girls be out here having their hair braided and everything, and their scalp is flat. I be like, dang, I wish I could put all that mousse and stuff on your hair, but it's not healthy. It's really not. So like, I feel like the fact that how we have to define like our femininity, which I think you should have a panel on that. If there's enough, content creators on Black femininity, that would be such a good panel. But what happened is that there's like little things, and I feel like I personally kind of overcompensate because people tend to see me as mixed. And there's nothing wrong with being mixed, but I'm not mixed, so why ask if I'm mixed? Like, why is that the first thing to come up to me with? And I feel like I kind of overcompensate that, with me being, I'm in the movement. And then, with my hair being always an afro, half afro is my favorite style. And, I've even had times where I've like go to school and I'm in like, the whole, when you dress in all black and you got a leather jacket and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, you a Black Panther. Like, how many times I had like that talk to me just because I'm also, I like metal and like rock. So like that's the first thing they assume you to be. And it's just like the fact that we have to like navigate and learn to try to like self-define ourselves when you can never actually fully try to self-define yourself as a community as a whole. It always have to be individual, due to like, as paradigms say, you can't just because of the way history works and how society works in general, you can't just have your own, well, let me say that you can't have your own autonomy. It's just that it's a lot of work to do so, and it's not going to be fully guaranteed even if we try to go to that. That's how I feel, at least. I feel like I'm rambling. Oh my gosh, please stop me.
No, I agree with everything you said.
You was spitting. Nah, don't stop.
Big facts. All facts, no printer.
I think Kat wants to talk.
Yeah. The idea of like keeping your hair kept all the time is, once again, it just goes back into like, okay, so we got rid of our hair because we didn't want to pretend like we were white anymore, but then we also we're still keeping the good hair idea because your curls always need to be popping. Everyone always needs to know it's like defined. I'm like, it doesn't come out my head defined. It comes out my head looking pretty fucking weird sometimes. Why can't I walk around? Yeah, it comes out my head not looking defined, so why do I have to force it to be defined all the time? But it's just, yeah, I gotta prove that I have good hair. And how am I gonna do that? I'm gonna put so much fucking diva curl gel in my hair that it falls off. But yeah, I'm gonna go through like 2 little anecdotes quickly. So once again, I'm very out of my element because this is the first time I'm like hanging out with my parents for long periods of time for like 10 years. And my mom was like saying at work that like her coworker keeps on like coming up to her and like trying to do a comparison to see who's the darker one. Like, oh, like, you're darker than me. And my mom's like, okay. But the first thing my mom thinks is, yeah, but, and this is Jamaican patois, like, at least I don't have the nigga naps. I'm like, that's fucking weird, okay? Like, why are you guys basically trying to figure out like who has the higher percentage of white? Because that's what you're basically doing. And like, I remember I was dating a Haitian guy when I was living in Haiti, and my mom was like, you're gonna ruin our hair. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean ruin our hair? Who cares? Will it come out of their head still? Yeah, who cares? But then at the same time, I fucked up my hair. I actually need to get a haircut soon because for my graduation pictures, I just wanted like a wet look and it stuck to my hair. And now it's been like a year and I have like that weird transition thing on my head right now. So I have to basically big chop all over again. But when I went to the hair salon to say, hey, you fucked up my hair. If you can't fix it, can you just cut it? They were like, no, you can't cut it. And I'm like, why do you, what? They're like, it's gonna be short, it's gonna look weird. Like, and I'm like, why are you people, why is everyone so fucking allergic to like not having long hair? Like, it's just continuously trying all the time. Like, people think like Beyonce's pretty because the hair is really, really long. You know, like, you need to have it as long as humanly possible to show that you have genetics that allow you to grow hair fast. You want to know why you would have genetics that make your hair grow fast? Because you have a pretty high white DNA percentage. It's just like consistently, always trying to basically have your 23andMe stamped on your head, like via different methods, so everyone knows it's exactly 33.3 or it's 45. And it's like, why are we doing this? Like, why is so much of this just about like proving that we got colonized big good? And then the other really quick thing is just really about body stuff really quickly. I have pretty bad body dysmorphia, but it makes it kind of hard because you know, I'm kind of hourglass is seen as attractive within my community, so I do feel kind of pressured to keep dumpy big, but at the same time I kind of like would like to lose quite a bit of weight. But then I'm also like, people are like, no, please keep the dumpy, and it's just kind of conflictual a lot of times for me, because I'm like, sometimes I like will not eat for a couple days in hopes that I will lose some weight, and then also I realize, but better keep that ass up, because the ass better be popping. Yeah.
Only you would say it like that.
Dumpy.
Go ahead.
All right, so a couple of things, because I definitely want to talk about the hair thing. We're all questioning, like, why the hell are we so obsessed with hair? What is with black people and their obsession with hair? It's because y'all took us from Africa, where hair was actually a status symbol. We actually had very ornate tools and techniques for keeping our hair that you stripped away from us when you moved us here. And further, you thought our hair was unmanageable because of that fact, and you allowed us one wash day a week. That's where the term wash day comes from. The one day out of the week where we were allowed to touch our own hair. Most of the time, they just shaved it off. And that's a thing. That's a history. By the way, hair laws have a history in the Jim Crow. As we were talking about with how laws aren't necessarily colorblind, like policies in restaurants, like we were talking about earlier. It's a way that they were keeping us down. And the last thing I want to say about that on hair is there are a couple of things, but one of the things I want to say about that is it's not exclusive to women either. I think a lot of the times we put this on black women, and I do think that they have a unique and unique and different and powerful struggle. But and I'm not saying, hey, I'm marginalized, I need to talk about this. No. Listen, ain't nobody free till the black woman free. Say it again and again. Say it until you understand it. But at the same time, all of us black guys, we grew up and we got to see one hairstyle. We got to see one fade. And that's all that you got to see. And that's all your mom gave you. And you had to grow up in the 90s. Like, do you guys remember the 90s? That was the time of the frosted tips. All your white friends got to dye their hair and spike their hair and do everything cool, and you were just sitting here with the fade. And then the one time you finally get the courage to do the curls that you need to start doing something with your hair, and you come to school and everybody fucking laughs at you because they're like not used to what it looks like when we first start the beginning stages of styling our hair. And it's embarrassing, and it hurts, and it sucks. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That is, I know that this is an issue that is even more rampant in the black female community, but it's also something we have to deal with as well. I can't tell you, my hair was this long until I finally rebelled against my mom and grew my hair out, and I still sometimes go to the barber shop and look at all the other black haircuts, and I go, man, it'd be really cool for me to have that, but I'm too scared. Am I not black enough to have these haircuts? Like, these are thoughts that go through all of our heads. Further, you want to talk about us being obsessed with our hair. What about white people being obsessed with our hair? I don't care how cute you are, skank. I don't know what word I can use, ho. Like, you can't put your white fingers in my hair. I don't care. I don't care if you think you're hot. You think I'm attracted to you. You think whatever about me. Get your fucking oily hands out of my fucking hair.
Didn't they
Period.
have us as petting zoos literally, or am I wilding?
Yeah, no, this is a thing.
No,
These
they
are
literally
things.
had us in actual zoos, pygmies.
So when we talk about our relationship with hair, understand the reason why all of us take it so personally. Even though, listen, one of the things they love to do about us, by the way, for those of you guys that may not have the Black experience, is they erase our history. I cannot tell you how many ways, if I dig up a hole in Orlando, I'll find 30 dead Black people under it because they've just erased everything. And one of the things that they've erased is this relationship with our hair. And we don't understand why you guys are so obsessed with it. We don't understand why there are all these rules and laws and regulations over what our hair can be. All we get is the after effect. It's kind of how, like, if you live in Florida, I know a lot of you guys have walked through Florida. How many people have you seen wear a Confederate flag? Right? But when you talk to them about it, they'll be like, it doesn't mean what you think. Like, because
One thing,
Go ahead.
there was literally because I would drive to Florida to Georgia, like that's what we do road trip. You know how it's like those giant flags? It's
Yeah.
an American flag now, but it was used to be the Confederate flag.
Exactly. And it's because, and this is the point that I'm making, because they have erased our history and they've erased the damage that it's done, that is still done, that it is continues to this day. Trust me, I'm not trust me when I talk to you, and if you ever check out my stuff on stream, I talk about all the heinous crimes that happen today with people still wearing Confederate flags. But because they erase our history, we become removed from those effects so that those people can walk around and not understand the connection between what they're wearing and what it means to us. And the same thing has happened to our hair. Like the shit that grows out of my head. And I'm sorry that I get passionate about this, but it's like my mom had an awakening within the last 5 years going, I didn't even understand I could just not do my hair. Like I didn't even understand I could just grow it out. She's a 50-year-old woman. Like this isn't something that is just like something seen in passing. And the last thing that frustrates me is, like, I really want to say that there are 3 types of Blackness, right? There's the Blackness that I think of. There's the Blackness that other Black people think of that I'm supposed to become. And then there's the Blackness that America expects. And I am so tired of any time that we express these opinions or issues. Like, if I get any sort of frustrated about any sort of Black issue, guess what? Now to the rest, to that third category, the way that America sees me, I'm an angry Black man, and everyone out here is going to be an angry Black woman.
Yeah,
and because of that, they expect us. And for example, this plays out even to my allies, even to the people that think that they are doing me a favor. I do not enjoy being a conduit of your white guilt. How many times have you heard, like, I was in 5th grade, and there was this girl named Shaniqua, and I used to love her hair, but everybody made fun of it, so I made fun of it too, and I feel so guilty. That happens to me all the time.
Would have voted for Obama a 3rd time if I could.
Seriously, like, I am uninterested in your take on my suffering. Like, I really am. And so the reason why I get so up in arms and you see me so energetic right now is because we're talking about hair. I am so tired of fucking explaining it. I'm so fucking tired of, like, needing to be articulate about the fact that, like, understand, like, I have to explain the fact, the history, the current, the modern times. What does hair products mean? What does beauty mean? What would I be okay? I don't give a fuck, dude. I haven't thought about it that much. Shut the fuck up. Okay? I'm just trying to be Black over here. My Black. And I really hope that all of us, if there's something that we can take away from this, like I was saying before, I hope all of us get to be our own version of Black and not the Black that everyone else wants us to be. I'm good.
I just want to say this because I felt this because I went on stream yesterday. I'm not gonna call names. I went on stream yesterday. Fair enough, But what happened is that we are experienced. And we, try to do the research in X, Y, and Z, get our little qualification, little something, and we're qualified to have this conversation. But the issue is that, and I've said this for a while now, and just to piggyback off of you, we have, like, trauma and everything, and there's a lot of, systems in place, and due to that fact, everyone is restricted. So don't sit here and ask me for no solution, because Lord, if I know, I'm not in academia. I have to sit here, work a 9 to 5. I have kids. I mean, just hypothetical. I don't got kids, but people are trying to exist and not die. You're really gonna sit here and ask me what's the solution for this? And then on top of that, I need people, and cough, white people, but I need people to realize that we don't live in no theoretical world. And I think that's my issue when it comes on to these conversations, because it's like, I'm really glad we had this panel on like light skin versus dark skin, because Lord knows how many white leftists be streaming, they be like, but what about the light skins? And it's like, why are you asking a what about when Black scholars and people who live through these experiences have solidified the fact that this is a fact? This is not up for debate. There's certain parts of being Black in the experience that is not up for debate. It's not up for debate. And the only reason why I had to explain this is that, yes, actually let me invoke names, because this actually really got
Office about to talk.
Spill some tea. I want some tea.
Bink, I do want to hear it, Bink. Bink, you said that with such a straight face. But Bink, I do want to hear it more, but can you mind holding that? I want to let Shark and Endless get their last thoughts out, and that way, and then we can continue. Anyone that wants to stay and can continue the remainder of that conversation, they can. I just want to give everybody a chance to, back out if they're on time.
We love you though.
Paradigm too. Shark, you go next, please.
I'm not talking much.
Yeah. So, Kat, I remember. I'm not sure if anybody responded, but I remember. You talked about not being accepted in kind of Black American sort of a culture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can kind of see that. At least I can understand where that comes from. If you don't really know where that comes from. For obviously for a long time, a lot of Black culture is seen as more degenerate cringe in normal society, and now Black culture is America's biggest export, right? And so that's one really big thing that Black people can be really proud of. And so with that being the case, I can understand the gatekeeping that there for who is Black, who isn't Black, especially since even kind of the term Black in and of itself, at least in this country, doesn't just mean you're dark skinned. At least African American specifically, that term is for American descendants of slaves, since we can trace back our history typically to a specific country. That's why African Americans, just Black people, American Black people, and then Caribbean American, Ethiopian American, Sudanese American, stuff like that, where those terms come from, because African American specifically, something there. So I can understand the gatekeeping that comes there. I'm not saying that it's good. I'm just saying if you haven't if it doesn't make sense, that's kind of where it came from there. At least in that sense, right? Personally, I mean, for me, like I said, I kind of grew up differently. A lot of the things that you said, that the panel, you guys said that you understand or remember hot comb, don't know what the hell you're talking about. I got to be honest with you, no clue.
Oh, man,
I
metal comb,
that's some trauma that you missed.
Straight your hair. That's what a hot comb is.
Many ears burned.
Yeah, I mean, we all just get third-degree burns from it.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, I had my hair straightened once and my sister did it, but that was just just so I can go get it braided right afterwards, since it was difficult. My family have really really coarse C4 hair, so that it's kind of difficult to deal with there.
4C. Are you Black? No, I'm kidding. It's supposed to be C. The number comes first.
Talk about Call of Duty.
Sweet. I'm talking. That's what I thought.
Wow, reinforcing stereotypes.
C4, not 4C, right?
All this misogyny on Black History Month, crazy.
4C.
Well, I'm not the one who keeps saying female here. Well, I mean, not calling anybody out. I don't even know. Right? But yeah. So my experience is just kind of different there. But I understand where you all came from. Personally, I feel my experience with how I am is a little different than like your average black person. I'm not sure if anybody like once again I grew up in like a lot of like white spaces there. I'm not sure if anybody has felt like out of place just like around just like majority black people ever before. Like you're sitting in a room and you're like, there's a lot of black people here. Where you all come from? Right? Because like I just haven't like been in a lot of rooms. I've been in way more rooms where I've been like the only black person than way more rooms where like there's no white people, right? That is like something that is just like different for me. You know, I remember back when we were like going through Georgia. I'm not a big fan of Georgia, but I remember when we were like going through Georgia and I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's like a Kendrick Lamar music video." There was like a guy who was riding like a BMX bike and he had like a wife beater on. I'm like, oh my gosh! And they like took us to a Church's Chicken. I'm like, oh my gosh! Yeah, wow! Look at him go! You know. It's just different. It's just not where how I grew up or anything, right? It was just kind of like it's interesting in that sense. It's just like it's just something else. But I'm like a lot younger too. I'm not sure how old like all you guys are, right? But I was born in 1999. So and what's that face?
Who let the minor in here?
Yeah, I might be old in here.
How old are you guys?
Damn, I'm 28. I don't know about you, bro.
I'm 18.
I'm 32.
What?
32.
You don't look that yo, black really don't crack, yo. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh my god.
32, you fucking bugging, bro. Stop lying. I need the ID on the screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna need IDU on that one. That's like I'm just saying, like I thought I was in a room with a bunch of people like who were around my age. I'm like, what are you all talking about? I'm like, oh my goodness.
I'm more around your age than everybody else, I believe.
Okay, that's why you all bring up references from goddamn the Cosby Show. Okay, at least
that's why I don't know what the hot comb is. That's why I don't know what the hot comb is. It was gone.
I was just about to say that. Yeah, you missed out on that. That's trauma.
I mean, like I've seen like a curling iron and a flattening iron, and I've smelled that before. But I don't know what the hell like a hot comb is.
If you grew up around older people, then that's probably why. As I said, my parents, my parents, they old.
Yeah, my parents. That smell will be forever burned into my memory.
Burning hair.
They come with a set, so you got to curl from the yeah.
Well, that's how you know that you're going into a salon that can actually do your hair.
Black hair. Oh, I mean, there it is.
If you don't have heat
Yes, sir,
damage
okay.
afterwards.
Also, one more thing for like everybody who's white who's listening, okay? And this is not a gatekeeping meme. Don't try and do black hairstyles, okay? And this is not the 100% not gatekeeping because this isn't coming from like a gatekeeping perspective. You will like ruin your hair, okay?
Amen.
If you're white, you will destroy your hair, okay? Like black people's hair is I mean it typically can be like thicker, like and coarser, okay? So it can handle more and different types of hairstyles than white people's can. You'll get the JoJo Siwa like hairline, okay? Your hair will fall out. It's not gonna be good. You need to like and if you do like try to imitate it like a little bit, at least go to someone who knows what they're doing when it comes to like a lot of like white people's hair. I've seen it way too many times where these girls like they especially like you know growing up like these high school girls, okay, and they'll be like young and they'll be like whoa, like Iggy Azalea's type hair or like Nicki Minaj type hair. Bro, you're gonna ruin your hair. It's not going to be good.
Do not get dreadlocks. You will get ringworm.
Oh, the only other thing is that there is very elaborate like hairstyles within each like community and everything. Like I was out here like doing historical research and everything. Y'all don't play with the Victorians now because there was not just the wigs now because there was out here with a very elaborate
The powdered
bow
wigs.
and everything. So you might want to look that up because
They were dripping.
that's the rich.
Like, yeah, you don't see me trying to do like the braid around the entire head thing, and you just don't try cornrows. Like, you know, give and take.
Just be careful, all right?
I mean, the other half of that is I get really tired of people doing black hair and then getting like celebrated for it and then us not getting jobs for it. But that's another panel, another
Justin Bieber?
conversation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
trendy when other people
Do the
it.
trendy black thing, or like how black people make a lot of like the TikTok dances or like Fortnite dances that you have, and then they'll be like poor kids doing it on like their social media, and then you see like some random like middle class white girl doing it for Jimmy Fallon, right? But like with way less heart and not as cool.
I just wanted to,
From the community.
We got a bunch of people talking. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let Endless talk next because it's his turn.
Wait, one more thing.
Please finish.
I am
Go ahead.
going to have to go. I have like a lot more segments to finish, but I really appreciate you guys for having me on. Thank you so much. Happy Black History Month. Okay, don't have a bomb threat called on you.
It was awesome
No.
to finally talk to you, Sharky.
Same.
I said please.
Yeah. No.
Does that mean that everybody, since you're the bigger one here, does that mean that everybody can do
Go ahead and
shout
shout
outs
yourself out if you want to try and like yoink my audience. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just throw our links in your chat.
Oh, sure. I mean, if anybody wants to say their name here, go ahead, please. If you want to.
Cemetery, the raconteur, that's me, the storyteller.
You can check me out brand new, AstonMack TV. It's pretty simple.
Are we going in order? Oh, I'm PrismaOnline, a variety streamer. That's it. No rhyme or reason for what I do.
Twitch.tv/ Oh, sorry.
Nah,
you
you're
are
good.
next. My bad. Nah. Okay. Twitch.tv/ /TheParadigm_Shift. A few of y'all from Shark's community have already found their way into my chat, so I'm gonna siphon off the rest of your audience. Come here if you actually want like cool 3D, beautiful cinematic versus, Shark's, little corner there. But no, I know we're not done yet, but again, I will always say it is so wonderful to talk to Black creators. I feel like this is the first time where like we were apologetic for interrupting each other, and that just makes me like no bullshit. I hate that shit. No streamer bullshit. No thanks for coming here and enjoying my. No, like I literally feel welcome. Like I could just sit here and listen, and I'm not bored.
Dope.
I'm not bored, and I just y'all don't understand what that does for me as a human being. Like if I really could, if I had the emotion to, I would cry right now. Like y'all make me feel like, hey, for once in my life, I'm listening to people who are saying the obvious, moving a step forward. This is the content that like I've been dying to create. So yeah, twitch.tv/ /the_paradigm_shift. Please give me my name back.
Oh, anybody else?
Well, I'm Bink, BinkPrincess on Twitch, and I do more historical research because I'm a nerd. So yeah. I casually drag streamers because why not? So,
Beautiful.
Hello, I'm Katarana, KATARANA_. I'm a physicist. I do ruin all things. Yes, somehow I'll still talk about science, about hair. I do it all the time. I also, I do streams. I'm not doing it as much, but I do streams.
All right. Anybody else?
Fluff is just a cool moderator. We could shout him out. He's cool dude.
Yeah, thanks for moderating. Dope moderator.
Great job. Oh yeah, Paradigm. You
Yeah,
obviously
what's
didn't take much from Vosh, okay? Because
Yeah.
you don't know how to interject yourself into a panel. What are you doing? Wait, hold on. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
You just won my heart.
You're barely from the culture, okay? I was born half a devil, half an angel. I'm from both Vosh and Destiny's community, okay? You gotta learn your culture, man. You gotta learn. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharky.
I love it. Protect
Shark.
protect those eggs out there, okay? Yeah, but my name is Shark30. The word shark, the number 3, the letter O, and the word 0. I don't do anything. I'm just black. Okay, see you later, Negroes. Thanks for having me.
Nice to see you, fellow colored person.
He said the word. He said the word.
Okay, so what we'll do is, I don't really know. Cat's, if Cat's willing to stay, then you guys can.
Oh,
I do have to go. But no,
go
I'm sorry. I have to go above everyone just because the question I'm gonna ask is not related to y'all's conversation. My chat, first of all, Lightning Dean says hi, Bink.
Hey, babes.
Fluff, we gotta know because it's just something that like for the last 2.5 hours has been bugging us. Yes, I'm building this up. I do this, bro, sir, person. Just in case we're appreciating gender roles here. Does that door open all the way? I gotta know.
I think it's an optical illusion. Oh, it does.
Okay. Cause like the way your camera was set up, it looked like it was right next to the door, and I'm like, how do you open that?
Yeah, it's like depth perception or something.
Yeah, I see it.
That's hilarious.
You're breaking my physics eyes.
I have a genuine question.
Hit me.
If you guys
please.
aren't, if it's not too personal. But
Want to know my body
as I
count?
said, because no, but I and as I said, I was gonna invoke people because it generally like made me frustrated after going on stream. I missed actually. You know what? Let me keep that. Paradigm. You already know who I'm talking about.
Are you
know
blue
who I'm
balling
gonna,
me right now?
Talk about. But basically,
The
I went on
suspense is
somebody's stream
killing me.
yesterday.
I know. I'm like,
I went on somebody's stream yesterday, and I was talking about the narrative around racial revenge. And
You said revenge?
Yes, racial revenge, the narrative that Black people and minorities were riding up and commit an insurrection and genocide to the white people.
I think I know who you're
And
talking about
I mean,
now.
I'm tired of talking and trying to describe like my trauma to white folks in particularly. And I know you said that before, but it's just like I have to do my essay on this, and I'm 18 and finna graduate, and I'm sitting here researching this topic because my essay is about self-defense and everything, and I'm constantly seeing pictures of Black people being brutalized, and there's like a white person trying to justify using the words racial revenge to my face.
So,
and it's like I don't
Racially motivated.
yeah, it's
I
not to cut you off, but like those people, they are racially motivated. Big facts. Like there's nothing that you could say, because I actually talked about this when I was talking about platforming too, which is like the harder you come at them, like the more facts and figures and books and scientists and all these philosophers and stuff that you come at them with, it doesn't matter. Like they're just gonna say that this Nazi dunked on you. So the more stuff you bring, the better you make them look.
It's not even a Nazi. That's the worst part about it. It's not well, it's an alt-righter and it's a Nazi, it's somebody out here with a Confederate flag. No, it'd be the ones who be in your circle. It'd be the same person who'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm for the people, oh my gosh, BLM. So they be the same ones who be talking about protect Black women. They be the first one who say all of that, be the first one to be out here justifying all of these charged language and charged like I feel like I shouldn't be explaining this stuff if you're telling me you understand the gravity of the situation.
Let me guess, Black man?
No, not even remotely close, bro.
Dog, what is happening?
But what happened is that I'm gonna give you a little touch of reality, okay?
Hold on, before you go, I'm just letting you know, my chat has voted unanimously. I am staying, so spit, because we here now.
Okay, I just want to give you a little
real quick,
and put in real quick.
1 second before. Advanced Hotepery was some of the funniest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. That was literally the best phrase of all time. Because you can ask Kat. I talk about Hoteps and how much they make me mad all the time. It's amazing.
I know that's got to be awkward territory to tread, but oh yeah, I fucking despise Hoteps. Thank you.
Oh man, I don't have very much experience with them. Most Hoteps don't like me because I'm Jewish, so they usually just leave me alone. But
that's crazy as hell.
Yeah,
I believe it.
They usually just leave me alone. But I did watch all of the buck breaking documentary, and man, that's he has a PhD in Hotepery. That was
that shit's
impressive.
crazy. He's low key the CEO of Hotepery, I would say. I refuse. Like, I'm familiar with the talking points, but I refuse to like be made aware of that shit. I refuse to watch it. At least not on channel.
Oh yeah.
Can I say something as a person that, and I maybe this is my inexperience online speaking, but I like what are we talking about?
You don't know what Hoteps are?
We could do
no. We don't use the like I said. I'm gonna be honest. I do marches with lots of. I've never heard that.
I'll give you a quick summary of what
I heard the word. I've heard the phrase, but I don't know what it means.
I'll give you a quick bullet point. Thinks that whites turn Black people gay through colonialism. I already know who you're talking about.
Fluoride in the water is
broccoli is man-made.
emasculating
So one of the one of the reasons I actually started a Twitch channel was because, as has now become infamous, my first experience seeing a black person on any sort of debate or Twitch was watching Professor Flowers talk to Vosh.
Oh,
and
yeah.
all I could do was be like scream into the screen, because these people, as much as we try to pretend, and what I actually hate is the language saying, oh, they're a minority, they're not really real. They are real. They are a minority, but they are real. I meet them on the ground, and they actually do these things. Like, I've been told I've actually been told, hey, take this money from this white guy, he owes you, and things of that nature. Like, and it's like, it's this frustration because unfortunately, with that whole conduit of white guilt thing that I was talking about earlier, oftentimes the over-enthusiastic white folk that want to make up so badly for things that they never did,
They don't see the grift.
They just listen to the loudest black guy in the room, and they literally don't care if it's Black Hitler. Like, they're like, oh, cool, but it's Black Hitler, but he's black, so it's cool, right? And it's just like, no, the whole point of this whole movement, I don't know about how you guys feel. I don't want to put any words in anybody's mouth. I'll speak for myself. The point of this movement and liberation for me is racial abolition and gender abolition. I think that at the end of the day, humans are humans, and anytime that we try to assign essential characteristics to ideological weight of opinions, it's stupid. It's just stupid. And I'm going to make fun of you for it.
So, I know, Bink, I know. You were in the middle of a story. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. I interrupted. My bad.
So sorry. It's just we hit there, and I'm going to add very small. But it's funny that we started talking about colorism, and like now we need to go into who do they uproot as their black leaders? Like, who do they put on a pedestal as the black voices in
Black
bigger
men.
and then it goes into the black women did like and I know we're not talking about it, but this was something I was going to cover later today anyway. It's like black women in the Supreme Court. It's like people are saying that's like, if you announce her and you tell her you're picking her because she's black, that's going to be a slight on black people. They want better representation.
As if she's not qualified to do that shit.
As if she's not and then like, okay, then we're gonna get into you gonna pick a dark sister, or you gonna pick like one of them like, and I know she's not black. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. No, I don't know yet. So this is something wow, Paradigm's hitting a point he doesn't know about. But like, you gonna pick a Jhené Aiko looking like, what exactly do you mean by black? And then like, we gotta go into the layers of that. So black people are sitting there debating this while as we said earlier, Vosh and them hitting the whole point of just like, everybody's black. That's just like, it's just black across the spectrum. And we should talk about it like that. And it's like, there's depth to that. And the fact that you don't, and this is why I'm going to give the phone back to Bink. What was making me think about that was I know the conversation, so I know a little bit more, but like the audacity of certain people to represent these issues as more of a commodified, you have to sell it to white people the right way. And then white people will come back and talk to you and then like say, but what about this? But what about that? And it's like, see, it's not a victory for us because you won't allow it to be. You need all the caveats to be perfectly set in stone. And it's like, well, how do you think that makes us feel? We got to fit all the categories in order to land right down where you want. What am I explaining to you right now? What is this conversation? Because you're saying shit about like, and oh my God, you're saying shit about like Professor Flowers, and you're talking about how she means this and how she means that. No, you're interpreting that from your white standpoint.
Because you have no frame of reference.
You want to be that, and you don't want to be like the just let it go. It's fine. Like, she says something. Why are you interpreting it in a way to create drama in our circle because you feel it's necessary? Take it at face value. You can't do that because that would make you look wrong, and you don't want to look wrong, because if a black person make you feel wrong, you feel even dumber, and that goes into the whole level of that too. If I'm white light passing enough, or you'll take me at face value. If I'm too dark, you'll be like, but you're speaking from personal experience, and you know, if we're gonna talk about this in a way that makes us feel like, shut up. Anyway, back to Bink. I'm sorry.
I want to let her talk, but I want to come back to that after she's done, if I could. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the only reason why, as I said, it's very important to me is because I've actually so I'm diagnosed with like depression and stuff. So like this stuff give me angst when I just sit here and just go through the the Library of Congress and how many photos they have of lynched bodies, of black bodies, of how many, like how much pictures they have of Tulsa, like how many, like the fact that they were out here trading postcards of lynched bodies like Pokemon cards.
It was a fun event.
Living hell out of me. And that's the thing that like it aggravates me, because it feels like people aren't taking it seriously. Like you have to, it feels like if you're not for the people and you're black, then it's like everybody else be like, yeah, I mean, I guess it happened. And then like the conversation moved from then. Like the fact that like a few miles away, like a few miles and like a few counties away from where I'm at, there was like one of the most horrendous lynching. And when I tell you, like, I'm not going to go graphic because I don't want to like ruin y'all stream or anything, but just to let you know, it is of a pregnant woman, and she was lynched, burnt on fire, and then they opened her body and stumped the baby.
Wow.
That's all you need to know. And it wasn't even over nothing that was real. She was all she said was, I'm gonna tell the police on y'all because y'all lynched my husband, and that's what happened to her. So it really aggravates me how people don't understand how invoked this is. Just to touch on the little Jezebel thing real quick, I keep saying this. The reason why this hurts for black people when we see stuff like this is because we see ourselves.
Yep.
That's why it hurts. It's not 200 years and X, Y, and Z, because let's not act like Jim Crow and Jane Crow didn't exist. Let's not act like they weren't the same ones. Let's not act like it wasn't poor white people who were the ones committing the lynching. Let's not act like these stuff wasn't existing. To touch on the Jezebel stereotype, as I said, it personally hurts me because, as I said, I'm dark skinned, but I don't have Afrocentric features. My parents are light skinned. The fact that I see that, the little sex trafficking ring during slavery, and I live in Georgia, sweetheart. I see this on a day-to-day. So the fact that, people are saying you overreacting or X, Y, and Z, this shit is traumatic. Why do I have to traumatize you in order for you to realize that it's a traumatic experience? Why do you have to sit here and read it from an academic source in order for you to realize that it's real? That's the question that I have, and it's a genuine like frustration, because you would expect, because this is the thing, this is a genuine reality. White people as like a concept, just like notice them as existence. Black people think white people are racist. Period. We don't want to be interacting with y'all, and it's not because we don't want to interact with y'all just to not interact with y'all. It's because you get told of the boogeyman who is the white man.
It's a risk mitigation.
So like for me, that's what I grew up with. I told you my parents, I live with my grandparents, and they old school. That's what I grew up with. I live in the South. You'd be like, not to go too down south or go too north of Georgia because you might get pulled over by the police. Like, this is real concept.
You can have white friends, but you're not allowed to stay over their house. You're not allowed to eat their food, that type of stuff.
This is real stuff, and the fact that like I don't know, it's really disheartening to the fact that, like, as I said, we for personally my experience with like the black community around me, I'll say that, but we have this generally negative conception around white people, and it's just that I expect to be able to be myself and to speak freely and to advocate for my existence, a well-being, BLM, the whole 9 to 5. In these spaces, but you can't even do that because there's people who out here being undercover racist. You can't even sit here and be like, these people are just gonna listen to me. We out here for the struggle. We with the people, because there's so many people that are so undercover and covert to the point where it's like, I don't even want to be in this space anymore. The fact that we have to have an all-black panel to begin with because there's so much misinformation around.
Like that broke me, because I was gonna say the same thing. It's so funny that we don't feel comfortable like talking about this stuff when there's even like a remotely like white person in the room. Like we code switch by default. Like, I'm not gonna bring in my anecdotes, I'm gonna bring in my research. And it's like, but why though?
Not even on that level.
It's because you feel like you have to.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say
real
it's
quick.
also
Seriously.
just like you think you'll scare off the viewers. Like the viewers, average viewer is not going to hear about this. I'm gonna talk about whatever
Yeah.
drama or Mr. Girl,
Well-
whatever bullshit's popping, and then
This is exactly why I wanted to jump in, because the reality is how many times on stream I think Fet Style and Catch Chat was here today. I literally talked about racial based trauma today. I literally talked about how this is across the country. Psychologists are noticing that their patients that are people of color have signs of PTSD that they cannot explain through any other traumatic events besides the experience of being black in America. And fuck you, Destiny, because this is the conversation I'm trying to have when I tell you that the N-word is not the same thing as the goddamn bread slur.
Thank you.
Okay? Because no white people were hung from a tree and called the bread slur while all of us watched. And when you want to talk about, hey, that was a really horrifying story of a lynching. Man, that must be really unique. Oh wait, I live 20 minutes away from Ocoee, where they massacred an entire colony of us, and we didn't live there until the 1970s, and it remained a sundown town. I live just 20 minutes away from
I
Polk
live
County.
20 minutes from a sundown town. Carol
I
County.
live right beside a historic cemetery. Like,
Polk,
it's not.
yeah.
I
Real quick,
live
you gotta describe for
George
the
Washington's
audience.
plantation house.
Real quick, for
The
the
street
audience, you
that I
gotta
lived
describe
on,
what a
that I
sundown
grew up
town
on,
is, real
Rolling
quick.
Road. Oh, sorry.
Sundown town. It needs to be explained for the audience.
Okay, so a sundown town is basically, and this is really shitty. So back in the day, when you were black, you were not allowed to be out after sundown in most cities in the South, but really racist cities especially. Some racist cities you couldn't be out at all, but especially if you were caught being black after the sun was down, they lynched you directly.
I also call gray towns, sundown towns. There's a bunch of different names.
No. Let me finish this thought so I can express just the gravity of this situation, because I get so frustrated trying to express what this fucking means. Okay? Because do you understand that my grandmother, who is alive today, I talked to her to do an interview for this fucking panel. When she drove from Detroit down to Miami, she couldn't stop in certain places. People had to have books to know where they could and couldn't fucking go, because we had to fucking think about. My grandma used to talk about how, the reason why she took a habit that seems so innocent. Whenever we go traveling, my grandmother makes sure that we stop and eat lunch. But she goes, that's actually just an old habit she had. It's an old habit she had because if they tried to eat dinner at any town, they would be lynched. That's where that comes from. Innocent little gestures, innocent little things, like innocent little behaviors are ingrained in us, in our culture, for survival. Fuck you. You think that the bread slur means anything? When they drop the N-bomb around here, I don't know if I'm going to die or not. And that's not a joke.
Talk about that butter pecan. You guys know about butter pecan?
Like
butter pecan?
Exactly. And my point here, and you want to talk about real stuff today, just because I stand out and I march for Black Lives Matter, just because they see me as a leader in the fucking street. Also rep this group. This is a soccer team called Arsenal. We were coming to Orlando, and we had a huge Arsenal meetup, and I love my Gooner family, and they've supported me through this. Matter of fact, the reason why the Premier League takes the knee is because the captain of my club saw a Twitter picture of me wearing an Arsenal jersey with his name on the back while I was marching. So, but in my own town, just going to this Arsenal meetup that had nothing to do with my Black Lives Matter stuff, I had a vet roll up to me and tell me, hey, the world would be a really great place if you didn't exist. To my face, in front of my fucking friends. So don't try to equivocate these things. Do not. It's so frustrating to try to re-explain all the time what the fuck we're talking about.
The thing that I always bring up with that and specificity is that
I'm
it's
sorry,
telling to me.
It's like Kat's been trying to.
Oh shit! Sorry, yeah.
Get in. And she won't interrupt, so I'm gonna force her to talk.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that I do want to push back a little bit on the idea that, like, I'm generally, like, uncomfortable with white people. I think it's because I grew up in, like, a lot of majority white spaces. If I was uncomfortable with white people, I might as well just stay in my house forever. But, like, I do understand that it seems like a lot of that kind of idea can come from being in integration helps everybody. And my my mom grew up in the 60s, 70s. My dad grew up in the 60s, 70s. So my mom would say like, oh, we were the only Jamaicans in our entire area, and like all of Toronto, because the big Toronto Jamaican migration hadn't happened yet. And all she remembers is being called burnt chestnut in Italian all the time in class by her classmates. So those are the she like works and she feels more comfortable just talking to Black people. She doesn't really have any white friends, or so it can make sense where sometimes my mom will say something, she's like, man, white people really do this thing, and I'm like, that's literally everybody does that. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, that's an everybody thing. But like that could just happen because if you're not getting a lot of exposure to like this type of thing, like you just kind of can start to other them. But I do, like, I guess generally understand how it can get kind of exhausting though to like have to have kind of conversations with white people all the time. I mean, for me, I find it kind of interesting because it's like, hello, can I tell you about like hair for like an hour because I know you don't know? It's because what am I gonna do, talk to my like girlfriends about it? Like, they already know. I'm basically just saying the same thing that they already grew up with, so I get to go on for an hour about like why I'm so pissed that my hair looks like this right now. But I think it's just like a bit, it's a bit hyperbolic. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to place language, but it is a little bit hyperbolic to say like, oh, like, we don't trust any of you. I trust all my friends.
So
I don't think it's that. It's more so like, as what it is, like Ender said, like how these practices are in place for protection. And that's what's like aggravating me. Like, even like, I'm sorry, Paradigm, but like even with like the conversation from yesterday, like, listen, I can morally condemn Black separatism, Pan-Africanism. I will 100% condemn that. But you can't sit here and tell me, if you're a person who out here marching for the streets for me and saying we should not be slaughtered on the streets, be for all for the movement and everything, that you cannot understand why someone will go that way.
Yeah.
I can't sit here and take you seriously if you don't understand why people would go in that direction. And it's aggravating to me because people think it's such a large leap and X, Y, and Z. No, it's not. I'm sorry. From my personal experience, as I said, I grew up in a predominantly Black community. And my parents all for the movement and everything. That is not a large leap for me. I'm not gonna lie. I personally condemn it because I wasn't raised that way. But if I was not raised this way, it is not a whole continent, a whole galaxy away from just thinking that way. And I think that's what people have to realize, that these stuff are ingrained in the household for A, racism, sexism, and all of these, things. But also B, it's like you have to realize that if you're going to give sympathy towards certain ideologies, cough, cough, Nazis, cough, cough, white supremacists, that you can't be out here talking about that identities who want to live with their own autonomy, build upon their community by themselves, why that ideology isn't justified in their eyes. That's all I wanted to say, because
if I can,
I'll be talking about the girlie who be next door and the girlie who I'll be talking to.
So Cemetery, you'll go next. It's just you're never gonna hear me do this again, but like, just because I really enjoy listening to you guys, I just want to add something, because I realized at the beginning that
be quiet,
like Perrin mentioned a good point. That's actually a good point.
I'm just kidding.
I kind of wish I had done at the beginning. Is that so? Me and Kat already knows, so she probably didn't feel like she needed to say anything. But I'm actually like Dominican, and to add to your point, to add to what Cemetery was talking about, is no, that shit never stopped. I grew up in a town of 5,000 in Indiana, and I remember there's sundown area still, like, where it's a really, really, really bad idea. I mean, I faced a lot of racism and bigotry for being openly Dominican, and I'm very white passing, but you say you're different, you'll get beat.
Find out what your last name is or whatever.
Yeah, my last name's Guzman. So.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
And crap, what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh no, I forgot it. Give me 1 second.
It's okay. No, we got time.
Take
Take
it.
it.
I know you're feeling you feel the pressure. There's all the eyes of the world are on you right now, asking why you're talking. So
Yeah.
I'm messing with you. I literally love you. So I'm just
Yeah,
messing.
you've been the dopest like moderator.
Facts.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wanted to add on to that like a lot of Latinos were like lynched too, like on
Oh
the
Yes.
yeah, there
just
was
wanted to
a
add
lot of
on
white
to
people
it.
got lynched.
And
So the one-
Native Americans are still murdered en masse to this
Oh,
day.
big facts,
True.
big
I
facts.
completely agree. Oh wait, I'm gonna forget. So the among white people, you will hear this is the biggest. What I personally feel is the biggest dog whistle, and I've actually remember hearing this in high school. Is I don't hate black people, just N-words.
N-words. Yep.
Or
Yep.
ghetto people, or ghetto black
And
people.
that's part of what you internalize when you grow up around other white people. Is I'm different from them. I'm one of the good ones, right?
Or they
No,
tell you you're one of the good ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah.
usually, my mom's not okay with me bringing home black girls, but you're special.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
not
at
like the
least
others.
y'all get that. At least with us, we don't even get brought home because we'll get shot on sight. You feel me? Like,
No,
If
like,
you have
I'm not gonna
opinions
lie.
about that, then you should come to next. No.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
about
yeah,
to
oh,
say,
yeah,
I literally have
Save it for
great
next
stories about being told I was going to be shot with a shotgun. So
Oh,
yeah, we
Save-
could talk
save
about
that for
this.
Yeah, I know we're gonna say that for the other panel, but just to like, a little spice or whatever. Like, how many times I have to describe my natural hair to somebody who never dated a black girl before? What is that on your head? Why you got a bag on your head? No, please leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
Leave me in my
I-
silk
Leave me
cap.
alone.
in
When
peace.
you wear a bonnet to sleep. is
Yeah,
like,
I always feel bad. I'm like,
That's all
okay,
about it.
something's about to happen. Okay, I'm not gonna kill a chicken. I'm gonna put this bag on my head right now.
Just keep water away from it after midnight. Everything will be fine.
One of the things I wanted to bring up about how we were just talking about the different ideologies within the movement, those that we condemn, those that we accept. One of the frustrating things is you guys think that this is all for play. Not you guys. I mean, when I'm talking to the audience, what is actually true, and something I described yesterday. Listen, I was just working on a case where a black man was shot in the back, right? And we just got the fact that they're not going to charge the officer yesterday, right?
Yep.
But one of the things that they try to do, and when we're talking about this, remember earlier when you guys were saying, listen, I don't want to always have to explain, like, why do black people always have to have the solution on them? They do that on purpose. They know that you're that so that they can pick you to be the representative of black people for the day, and then they'll take you into a meeting. This is exactly the tactic they used for the case that I'm on, where the state attorney actually selected a random activist that was actually told to cease and desist on this case from the family that was of
Are you guys
Salathis
enjoying
Melvin.
this
By the way,
talk?
don't forget his name. His name.
Yeah, if you're enjoying this talk, consider subbing. Okay.
Yeah, rest empowered. Killed, by the way, 2 months after George Floyd, laid on the ground for 8 minutes while they watched him, and they called him a bold N-word for running away. Anyways, so yeah, welcome to the game, guys. This happens every fucking day. Well, welcome to our lives. But the
I want
point
to get
is,
into this after you spit too, because you spit.
but the thing is like they'll do this thing, like they'll select him to go into the back meeting that they'll kick everybody else out from, just so that they can check that community engagement check mark to say, hey, we actually interacted with you guys. See, we're doing what you guys want. It's all a fucking game, and it's exhausting sometimes. And I just want to be real about that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get a little wonky here, a little theory, just a crumb of theory. This is what like Huey Newton talked about with Mao. You know what I mean? When he tried to synthesize Marxism, Leninism, Maoism with the black experience in America, right? Which is that we exist. What with you? You were talking about the PTSD earlier. We exist literally in a constant state of warfare, right? The state is waging active warfare against us, and it's not a hard leap if you understand, if you're even remotely left of center, that poverty is optional, right? That we don't have to do poverty. That's totally something that we just do just cause, right? And the just cause
And
what you
crime.
plug in there, right? What you plug in there defines, I guess, kind of where on the left you are. But if we can all agree that poverty is optional, then it's not really a hard leap in logic to see, like, oh, okay. And just look at the way that they exist in Black communities, right? And when I say they, I mean like police, the state, whatever. Police are an occupying military force. It's people who are not from that community, don't give a fraction of a fuck about that community. And because they exist in a constant state of fear, that fear becomes anger and anger becomes hatred. So they hate the people from those communities, right? They're literally taking the money out of those communities because you're snatching people up for fines, so on and so forth, making all of your money from the tax dollars of these communities and moving to your gated community or where suburb, wherever you're at, right? So they have troops, right? They have recon. Here in Baltimore, we have what's called the ghetto bird, right? The police department actually got busted for this spy plane that they kept flying around and doing all this crazy stuff that I've talked about on my stream, doing my like protest streams and stuff. But there's that aspect of it that I try to explain to people when I say exactly what you're saying. This is not a game. Like I could walk outside in 15 minutes and a police officer could just be like, I'm gonna get that dude, right? And what happens after that is anybody's guess, right? But that's not off the table, and that's where a lot of the what we call the I won't say Pan-Africanism, but the Black nationalism, like the closed Black nationalism, comes from, right? Because one of the things that Kwame Ture said was the fundamental mistake that the Black Panther Party made was letting white people get involved, right? Because just like what BinkPrincess was saying, a lot of the stuff is generational trauma, right? It's not that we mistrust white people. It's just that our ancestors have learned specific things, not just internalizing whiteness, their proximity to whiteness, but their distance from white supremacy, right? Is the understanding that there are certain situations that you can be in that you will not walk away from and no one will bat an eye, right? Stay away from the sundown towns, eat lunch instead of dinner because you'll get lynched if you try to eat dinner after dark, these types of things, right? And yeah, I was gonna say some stuff about hair too, but
it's crazy because as we envelop this conversation around our original topic, well, okay, I'm gonna try to do this for the first time ever. I apologize if it comes out weird, but I'm gonna try to rush through these things instead of like because everybody wants to talk, and I want to give people a chance to talk, especially Prisma, because I know.
Yeah, Prisma. I'm making you talk next.
Yeah, you know, like
yeah, it's like I don't know how to interject. Like I'm just like I like listening to you.
Okay, I'm gonna.
That's why this type of panel is so much better because a lot of times you have to like fight each other to try to speak, and this just makes it so much easier.
Look at that! Like
this is very cool.
Even me like noticing it, like, oh wow, somebody hasn't spoken in a while. Let me make sure they get like a voice. And it's like in other panels, a few of y'all have probably seen some of the ones I've done on Hippy Dippy and blah blah blah. Like, I'll say that in my chat. I'll be like, wow, that person's trying to speak. And even Dylan or Danimo will be like, we don't need backup moderation, but it's like, oh, but they're not saying anything. And like, but anyway. So it's very funny that, or it's very funny. It's not funny.
No comment.
I'll give you that one. So a lot of the popular Black creators that we know of generally are comedians. And one that I'm very familiar with is a guy named Lou Ratchet. And Lou Ratchet makes videos about like the funny situations that Black people find themselves in like growing up and blah, blah. But it's like, it's so funny that everybody in the comments is like, damn, that's my childhood. Damn, that's my childhood. And it's like these episodes, while they're funny to us to look back on and make comedic jokes about, that's actual trauma. It's very funny that what we align ourselves with, whenever we get comfortable enough to speak on a space, we don't have happy-go-lucky, let's watch this video and react to it stories. We have like, there's depth to things we've never gotten to talk about. Why do we feel comfortable in a specific Black-only space? Which segues into number 2. I'm getting better at this. Okay, which segues into number 2. The fact that we align with trauma and not like, oh, did you hear that new thing? And let's talk shit about it for 20 minutes. Like, that is not something that we designed ourselves to do in this panel. The moderator didn't drag the conversation there. We didn't say, let's talk about the deepest things that hurt us. Let's make this a therapy session. Like, our experiences are naturally trying to fix the errors that we have experienced in our lives. It's so funny that Black people, especially in the Twitch politics space, can't get up and say that and say, hey, I don't think you should talk about this because you're going to come at it from an angle that I'm easily going to knock down because I could go outside my house and tell you something different because they see it as the comedy. They'll
tell you you're wrong to say that, though.
Right, yeah. No, literally. You're wrong. You're wrong to bring that up. Your personal experiences. Show me the data. Like, and it's like, I can't explain to you why and this segues perfectly into the last point, but the first point, to relate back to everything everyone else was saying, we have this system of needing to safeguard ourselves from systemic issues. And those systemic issues are generally brought about by the things that sadly white people have done. And it's so, and I guess this is a pushback, but not a pushback, but I can understand both sides of I don't hate all white people and I hate all white people, because I feel like whiteness, as we've already talked about, is a concept. And that concept creates rules. And I feel like I'm staying away from those rules. I don't hate you. Like, I've even told police officers, like when my dad was sadly passed out and I needed to get medical assistance, the police came first, and I let them know it's not you personally, it's that system that you represent. And sadly, you align with that system. I don't like you. I don't dislike you, or I don't dislike white people.
Thank you so much,
because I
excessive
dislike you
server.
personally.
I actually
Vosh, you suck. Like,
just
no,
had to
it's
order
more like
my first
you
pair of
represent
glasses, and
the
they come,
takeaways from what I'm about to
next
tell you
so
that are
that
not
definitely
in
helps,
any
and
way,
I probably
shape,
should
or
be going
form
into surgery soon,
valid
but I'm
to what
seeing
I'm
the
trying
doctor
to
on
express
Thursday,
to you.
so
You're denying
yeah,
my
thank you
existence.
a lot. It
So
does.
instead of me going through the spaces and talking about how you think about black hair and how you think about colorism, light versus dark, it's just easier for me to call you a racist, and then maybe I'll jump into a Nazi, because for me, it's like there's only but so many times we can all become FD signifier and make these like special videos and all these special and be on the streets. And like I said, I've ran for mayor. Like I see pain in people. And for us to have to represent in an all black panel, the spacious sorry, I'm saying words now. The spacious encompassization. I think I fucked that up. It doesn't matter. It's 11 o'clock.
We get what
Nobody
you're trying
cares
to
about-
say.
Yeah, thank you. I see. Even then, like I have to be
picking up what you're putting
proper.
down.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I gotta be proper. There's space, like the spaces are designed to force that fear within us, and I don't know how to beat that without just saying, like I've been saying on my stream, and I think everybody else here has been doing the same thing, which I very much appreciate. You have to be yourself. I'm not going to sit here and explain it to you the way you want it to be explained. I had a YouTube comment just saying the same thing. And so it falls into it. Do I look the right way? Am I light enough for you to take my opinion seriously? Why is it that we're consistently fighting in these spaces to say the same things that other people are saying, but it's not catchy enough? It doesn't have the ring to it. Is it because it's too real for you? Well, I'm sorry, but like this is a real thing. And people have these experiences and they don't get a chance to even listen to it because what's the hottest drama? What's the hottest, like, bro, like food stamps are great. Like, I don't know, like if you want to moderate that in some form of fashion, you want to moderate who talks here, you want to moderate how this conversation goes, like, maybe you just don't like black people. Maybe you just don't like black people.
No comment. No comment.
And to your point about creators, because I want to go in a little bit on Vosh, because I actually like the guy and I like his content, but I want to point something
I'm sorry,
out that you're
Aston, real quick.
sorry.
Are you talking about
I'm
my dad?
demanding-
I'm kidding.
I'm demanding Prisma talks first.
Okay, actually, I will leave after I make this point. But it's like what Paradigm said. Like it's like it doesn't have to be catchy. The way you articulate your experience, you know, this is your experience. You don't have to have like all the verbiage. You don't have to have like all of the what's the word? I don't know. Just the anecdote thing you were talking about earlier. It's okay. That's your personal experience. It doesn't have to be backed by anything, because that's how you as a black person have lived, right? And I think about this, all of your experiences are so interesting to hear. And like, yeah, I don't know how to interject because, yeah, first panel, but also I like to listen a lot. So it's like I'm learning a lot from all of you. And, oh, yeah. But then I want to like also say that this is our unique experience as Black people. All of us have our own unique experience, right? There's no universal Black experience, and to go on a deeper level, I think most of us are speaking from the Black American experience. Although we are all like of different backgrounds, you know, Kat is from of a different background as well. I'm from a different background. Bink of different background, but still we are all here in America talking about our Black American experience, right? Then I was looking at the chat, and I think Alice there said something about how this is interesting for them to hear because they don't hear this stuff in Scotland. And I thought about it, like, this is our unique Black American experience. The people, in the rest of the world, there's Black people, so it's like, but they don't have the same experience we have. We're speaking on, you know, what we experience here, and which is based on, you know, years and years and years of slavery and whatnot. But in other parts of the world, the Black people, it's not the same for them. They have their own unique Black experience too. So I was sitting here thinking about that while I was talking. I was like, you know, we're all talking about this, and it's like, but then what about the Black people somewhere else? Like,
As a fan of UK drill, I think about that a lot, honestly.
You think about that? Because I was like,
all the time.
because what are they? Because I wonder what they think when they hear us speak about this here. It's like, because you can't deny their Blackness because their ancestors are not. You know what I'm saying? It's like
there's parallel experience with like
all over the
like I was
place.
saying, like the rapper Bando K. His father was killed by police. You know what I mean? Like parallel experience. All anti-Blackness is global. You know.
Well,
exactly.
only-
Racism and anti-Blackness are global, no matter where you go. I'm sorry, Bink. You can go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. I
I'll
just
lead
wanted to
after.
add, yeah, I do feel like we are always the focus, like Black Americans are always the focus point, but I also feel like it's also a thing of like, for me, because I want to be a historian, I want to be a professor. That's what I aspire to be.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it's also a thing of like, I keep saying that, correcting the narrative when it comes on to us. And I feel like the fact that we have to do that, I'll give you a perfect example. I was talking to a guy, I think he was Irish or Scottish, and he was like, yeah, I'm like for the peoples and X, Y, and Z. I'm like, okay, sure. And he's talking about this, it's like a quote unquote like militant group or something. They're like something like that. And there was I don't remember him describing it, but he said he's like on that side of like, you know, for advocacy. I'm like, okay, sure. And he was like, yeah, we model after he's white, by the way. And he said, I model after Malcolm X. That's what they did. And I was like, okay, so what about him though? And they couldn't really tell me. All they said was, well, you know, he was for it was an insurrection and overthrowing
Was he in the
government.
IRA?
And I'm like, Malcolm X I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah, but Malcolm X wasn't wasn't an actual like terror. He wasn't like trying to like car bomb people.
Like he was a revolutionary, but I don't think that they made it that far.
No, I'm just saying, like, him, because you know, like, how they be, like, Malcolm X versus MLK, like, they were like,
which is wild, because they literally were on the same team, especially towards the end of MLK's life. That's part of why they killed his ass.
The whitewashing of MLK, what can I
say? Did you know that MLK wasn't very radical at all? He was actually a capitalist that believed in colorblind society. So
you know what's crazy? I did a whole thing on that Steven Crowder bit, and I hate it. Thank you, Cody Johnston, for making that video.
Real quick, Prisma.
Let Prisma go back.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, Prisma, I know that you generally wanted to go, but I just want to say, like, I know what you mean about the changing, and like a lot of what I was talking about was like how I experienced Blackness very differently depending on where I was. Like my experience when I was living in America, my perception of what it meant to be Black was very changed once I lived in Haiti, and then once I lived in Canada, I almost got to forget about it, and there was very few times when I would be like startled with my Blackness, whereas now that I'm back here in the US, I think about it a lot more. It's just something that's always on my mind, especially, you know, I remember I was on a panel once about interracial marriage, and they were telling me that like I'm a race traitor because I wasn't dating people that were exclusively Black, But
I really want to get into that next week.
oh yeah, yeah. But when people were asking me like, oh, how do you feel about that? And I was like, I don't care. I live in Canada. Like these people aren't near me. And now that I'm back, I'm like, oh, these people are near me now. Like there are actually people that get actively upset about me doing interracial, whereas in other places it's not something I have to think about. So yeah, I think there's just a problem in general where America has a cultural stronghold on everything, and even when it comes to being black, it's like it's a lot of it's from the Black American perspective. That's why a lot of times people like, you know, maybe I'm not sure if you had this as much, but I always feel left out because I'm not Black American, because I'm not doing black right in America.
Yeah,
I wonder what
same.
people feel like.
Yeah, I feel that too.
Yeah, I wonder what people in like, you know, France think, because no one's even portraying them at all. Like, are they doing it wrong? Yeah.
I just wanted to say I'm surprised we didn't touch on bleaching a lot. It was light skin versus.
Listen,
I've heard about it. I
Experience.
fucking hate it. I hate it so much.
I want to let
listening to y'all.
Prisma.
Oh yes, yeah, I wanted to stick around for a little longer, but I have to leave now. But it was really cool to hear you guys' unique experiences and stuff. And thank you for
Thank you
being
for
so
joining
nice. No, thank you for being so welcoming for my first panel. I'm like such an awkward
Your room
bean.
is super cute, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I wish I could show you with all the lights, but the camera wasn't cameraing, so I just left it white today.
But
But
yeah,
thank you.
thank you for coming on. And if you ever, you know, wanted to talk for other things or just be on some of the other stuff coming up, like let me know.
Thank you.
It's nice.
Yes,
to have
there
you.
was one that you. No, thank you so much for having me. There was one I was interested in. You mentioned earlier, but I'll DM you later.
Okay.
Um,
Perfect.
but yeah, it was nice to meet all of you, lovely people. I'm gonna just lurk in the
Exclamation
chat.
point you. Oh wait, KP already did it. Never mind.
That's the goat. Okay, but okay, you guys have a great night. I'll be lurking in the chat. Okay.
All right, take care.
care.
Yes.
See y'all.
Pleasure to meet you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Isn't she the cutest? Like I honestly think
Yeah, that was
she's.
adorable.
And I don't mean that in an infantilizing way. I mean that I
No, it was
honestly
actually
think.
cute.
You're
Yeah.
doing the thing. Oh my god, you're doing the thing I used to do, where like I would like say something and it's clear to the room what I meant, but like you know that there's that tinge on the
Someone
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially because you're black and they live to harp on it. But
Haters must know.
so I want to touch on two things real quick. One, America runs culture. America's culture is a worldwide hegemony. America's culture is based on the exploitation of black culture. That's why they're all focused on us. That's why everybody knows about us. Every bit of American culture in some way is an appropriation of us. And eventually, which it took the internet, but now that we have the internet, everybody realizes it. So that's that part. I wanted to talk about the Vosh thing just real quick, just because it's about this panel. And what it is, listen, all of us are great, and I love having this experience, and I love that we're having this talk, but I hate that we all have to signal boost each other in order to even have this conversation and get that out there. One of the things about Vosh, and I love him to death, but the only reason why Vosh is big is because he leveraged his relationship with Shoe on Head, right? And then going on, I have never seen Vosh. I've seen Vosh talk to plenty of people. I've seen Vosh talk to black people, but I've never seen him form relationships with black people. I've never seen him go, this is a guy I love. Let me have him on more often. Let's have panels with him. Let's talk him out. Versus he will literally spend a whole day responding to Shoe on Head in his chat. And I get that it's it might be for cynical reasons to get more viewers. And that's the problem is like, if you really are going to be an ally, you're going to have to take a hit. It's not going to be fun. You're probably not going to get but you have no idea how much your exposure, like, listen, I love it. And I'm not trying to like demand, I think that we all need to speak, but Vosh needs to do what Fluff did and moderate a fucking black panel so that all of his viewers can actually listen to us and get attached to us. And we like the fact that we're doing this. Wait, I'm going to be, let's have no secrets here.
Do you want me to actually ask him? I can do that. He's not allowed on Twitch, but I can ask him.
No, absolutely. We should absolutely, especially for Black History Month. That would be a bit.
I'm laughing so hard because Kat loves Vosh, and it's really fun watching her like squirm.
That's
as
I
you,
yeah, I
like,
was gonna
No, no,
say
no.
I know it's gotta be mad awkward.
I want to point out I like Vosh too, but this is about understanding the power dynamics and understanding like again let's like make no like if ands or buts about us. This is for clout. Like I mean we're all trauma. Like we're all talking about trauma, but the clout thing is like we need to network so that we can we can magnify this issue. We all have to sit on this panel just to magnify this issue. When in reality, all it would take is one Vosh to sit down and actually have an honest talk with us.
I'm sorry, not to cut you off, but
Go ahead.
I gotta say this. I'm gonna try my hardest not to name the streamer's name, but it was another one of those things where it's like this was a person who was like trying to debate race realists on their shit, right? So I come in their stream, they're literally listening to like scientific fucking like biology shit in the background, and I didn't really get into my background super heavy, but Kat knows I'm 20 minutes from a sundown town. Baltimore County is adjacent to Carroll County, that's where the KKK likes to chill at, right? Frederick County is also over there. That's where the KKK likes to chill at, right? So like I have had personal experience dealing with neo-Nazis and removing them from spaces, right? So as speaking as a black person, which should be really the only credential in this particular topic, I come in to be like, hey, be careful how you handle this because you know what I mean? When you like talking to neo-Nazis and shit, they move a certain way, right? You're already moving wrong because these are not honest people, right? Like I was saying earlier, the reason why they're debating you is to say that they dunked on you. It doesn't matter what you know, it doesn't matter what you present. The harder you come, that's just going to be the harder that they say this dude dunked on you, right? And it was a thing where it was like, I'm tired of people telling me who I can and can't platform, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, all right, go for it. Talk to Nazis all day. I can't stop you. I'm going to unsubscribe from you, though, because I don't give a shit about this. You know what I mean? You took my $5 and you're talking to Nazis with it, you will never get my money again. Like,
I just wanted to harp on, like, not necessarily, like, just the Vosh thing, but bigger streamers in general and some of the politicians. Listen, I be out here, you know, with my little unexperienced self, because, you know, my little 18, you know, turn it up. But it's a thing of, when it comes to my household and everything, you know, the little Christian household, you know, thank God, you know, being grateful and everything. But I'm not finna be grateful for people just doing the bare minimum, and that's what aggravates me. I'm tired of, like, I know it's a very common
quote,
thing.
unquote,
you know,
allies.
Yeah, right. I know it's a very common thing in, like, you know, the black space, but when it comes on to Twitch as a whole, and you know, that specific audience, it's a thing of catering to the fact that, you know, oh, well, they're BLM and, you know, all of this posturing, but it's just like when we as black people or black person decides to critique you, that's when you want to, you know, get upset. Why are you inviting your race? Cough, cough, Bosh. Why are you inviting my race into the conversation? Like, you can't be blinded by your race or your privilege, for one. So I feel like the fact that, you know, we have to take this conversation of like, oh, well, we have to be grateful that, you know, they open this space to us and X, Y, and Z. Like, no, fuck being grateful. You're supposed to be a good, decent human being, period. That's just how I personally feel like when it comes on to a lot of people. Because I think it's, how do I say this? Not only does, in my eyes, it hinders us from making progress because we harp on the fact that we're grateful for these things, but it also sets a narrative that that's what we should be like. We should be the bare minimum when that's not the reality. A perfect example is how what is it called? A perfect example, they'd be like, oh, we passed the civil rights bill in the 1960s, and they'd be like, well, you're supposed to be grateful because X, Y, and Z. Oh, why? Well, why people allowed you? And it's like, why are you telling me to be grateful for something that I should have deserved right after I came out the womb? What are you talking about? Why should I be grateful for the fact that, you know, you're like, I don't know, it's like a thing of like they're giving you little breadcrumbs and they're telling you to be grateful because you
saviors.
Like, how does that? It's
you can't understand, and you can't understand why black people, not you, but like you can't understand why black people would just be like, if you're gonna make me fight for the rights that like you were given off rip. Not even the rights, like just the general stigma of our existence. If you're gonna make me say I need a bill in law in order to say it's not cool, you can't understand why people would just be like, maybe we should just,
I got
go
to vote for
together.
you to see me as human. Nah, I'm good.
So now that we've gone around, and I know I'm going to get clipped for coming at Vosh, I actually also want to get clipped for saying, of the people that represent our issues, as a white person, I fucks with that guy. Like, he's one of the very few people who, when talking to me, sees well, not to me, but when he talks about black issues, he sees past blackness and just sees a human. And that's how, and that is fundamentally more, honestly, for all of you lefty wannabe allies out there, Professor Flowers, all of these people, like, you're infantilizing us when you tell us, like, when you hold us in these special esteem, or we're this special group of black people and we're not to be talked to or touched. We're so fragile. No, like, actually debate people on their ideas. If you actually think that their idea is valid, or that they're somebody that you respect and a human can have an idea, you'll debate their idea, not their race. And I do appreciate Vosh for that. I just think that, and it's not necessarily his fault. It's the society that we grew up in. He just needs to normalize having a black friend and normalize that a black creator can be on the same level as him. That's all.
And in the interest of praising Vosh and the interest of spinning the block on Destiny, it's telling to me that he would cut the F slur from his vocabulary, but is still dying on the hill of saying the N word.
Real quick, because I know, Kat, you want to say something. I just want to add, maybe I can add a validating experience to what you guys are saying. I once had where me and Kat were in a chat, like in the Discord talking, and out of nowhere, like she was streaming, and we were talking about how stupid the N-word debate was, like the C-word debate was, and somebody joins in the middle conversation and debates me, like in front of Kat, about like the N-word, like trying to conflate like the C word is the same as the N-word. And I'm like, do you not understand how history and culture works? And at one point I just think to myself, like, I feel gross having this conversation in front of like a black woman. I'm not gonna debate another like light-skinned person like about like it just shouldn't be a conversation. Like, I'm not gonna, it's like arguing in front of, well, Kat's Jewish, so it'd be like if I was arguing with a Nazi, like talking about like, well, what did the Holocaust really happen? And be like, I'm not gonna have this conversation in front of somebody like that.
Lane.
This is gross.
Hell yeah.
This is just weird.
I don't know. I disagree. I want to push back. I disagree with that. I think everybody should be free to talk about any of the discourse, because I think that opinions shouldn't be safeguarded. I think that our essential characteristics and our experience create context around opinions, and that has its own individual weight that can weigh more. But I don't think that that should bar anybody from entering a conversation.
No, I don't mean like you're not allowed to. But I'm saying, like, I'm offering me myself. I personally felt I had an internal feeling of disgust at even like having the conversation, because it feels like something so inherently true that the act of me discussing that, like, especially as if I had to defend like Kat, for example, like there's something like that internally just makes me feel gross about
like it's
like
like
having
wait, real
quick.
Same reason I don't like to have the abortion debate, but go ahead. Sorry.
Last part, just real point of contention. Can we all catch on to calling it the bread slur? Because I think the C word is reserved for derogatory word that's used towards women. And I really don't like to give space to non-offensive terms to let them take up this space.
Right.
I like bread slur.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna call it the bread slur. Because they don't get to knock women out of the way. Sorry.
Can I go after Kat? I can't say Kat's name, but
yeah, mine's super quick. Well, first, if I were to be able to speak to them about it, would you? If everyone's comfortable with not streaming on Twitch, because you wouldn't be allowed to anyways.
Oh yeah, I multi-stream anyway.
Okay.
I'm on Facebook and YouTube.
Cool. And then also, I guess I think all of you make a really good point, because so I've. Not to flex, but I've met Vaush in person, and like I do talk to them pretty often.
I see you out here making moves.
Yeah,
I see you out here.
What's up? Hello. But it's also like you know, I don't know why it is, but it's always more interesting to go and invite a transphobe to argue with rather than having just like a nice conversation with a black person. But you know, there's been times where he's spoken to other smaller streamers like I'm really important and everything, but there's never been just a casual talking to a black streamer. And it's not like I haven't offered. Like, you know, he often like talks about science things, and I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. Can I please explain like why what you said, like the demon core, what you're talking, you don't know what you're talking about, or something like that, or like a lot of other things. And then he's like, yeah, that would be cool, and then you know we just don't do it. Maybe it's not like very, I don't know, interesting or anything. It's not drama.
He doesn't do it for the same reason we don't do it. It's not clicky enough. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna generate enough clicks.
I guess that's also just in general, this algorithm makes me so depressed. Like I've been here for like a year. It's about to be my year anniversary of taking it actually seriously. And I just kind of see like what you need to stream about to get 1,000. You know, if I put a certain title, I've sometimes, because of very specific titles, have had naturally 300 concurrent viewers, but if I am just like, hey, I'm just gonna be streaming about, you know, black beauty standards, it's like 30
right
at a peak. And I think that's just, it's this entire website just really like it drains the living shit out of you. And I see so many people that are like, you know, leftist men, because that's honestly who are the biggest people on this website. Like maybe women would want to do something, but all the women are about the same size as us. Like really, there's no woman that's gonna has anything to signal boost us with. So it's mostly men, and I do get to speak to some of the men, and I say, hey, it's kind of weird that you're having this whole like thing going on, and there's like 2 women and like 40 dudes. Like, have you thought about that? And then they're like, not everything's political. I'm like, but if you're a leftist, don't you
right? That's such a crazy cop out.
Yeah, it's a cop out, because that's just, it's not. Why are you turning everything into a moment to you know, SJW? But it's like, no, this should just be part of your general ethics. Like when I host a panel, I will never only put 1 woman on the panel. That's just nothing. I will never do that. Like, I genuinely try to get it 50-50 as much as possible. Sometimes it's hard because someone drops out, in which case I'm like, sorry, it's not going to be 50-50. But I try to get it 50-50. Or I try to make sure that like there's as many people of color in there so that it's a diverse room and there's not just the one person of color that's supposed to be talking about their feelings about Afghanistan, plus the bread slur, plus you know, black dads not being in the home.
You gotta
and
become
like,
an expert in everything.
Suddenly they're a fucking sociologist and they're supposed to know about every single thing. And it's just really frustrating because like, I guess it's just, I don't understand, I guess, this entire platform.
And let's be real, the viewers don't want to see that. They want to see us call each other names. They want to see us treat each other like shit up here and then talk about who dunked on who the next day. You know what I mean?
I can definitely add some context to that. Just because I've been in social media or content creation for so long, it's like I've watched the ebb and flow of
I'm an OG YouTuber. I'm a Stefan Molyneux head. I'm ashamed to admit it, but
09,
yes,
okay,
yes,
07,
Sirski.
09.
Yes, Sirski.
Yeah, you was there. Okay.
I was outside.
Let me not disrespect. My bad. Let me not disrespect.
I'm just saying that to say you're about to speak the facts that I'm familiar with. So please tell them. Please preach.
What ended up around, and this is, I was gonna make a big general statement, but I guess I'll do the groundwork to lead to there because it's all part of the same thing. And Fluff brought this up too. When YouTube was like the predominant new media where you could share your art and stuff, the way of communication was very broken. You didn't reach out to other creators. Other creators weren't looking for you. Everybody was on their own, like, you know, there was the =3 podcast, but there was the =3 show, and then there was shit, why is this not coming to my head right now? It's all on the top. There was Arby and the Chief. There were these creators that were doing these things to create a lane for themselves. And the lane for yourself avenue kept going at as far as maybe I want to say 2013, 2014. Then Vine popped up. Vine was huge, and this is related. I promise you. I promise you. Vine popped up, and then creators started realizing that if you have 8 million followers and I have 7 million followers, we could come together. And somehow, in the middle of that, all of like as social media became what we know of it today, the creators started coming together as just black and just white. There wasn't a mix, and no one. And this was in the Vine comments. No one could figure out why King Batch wouldn't reach out to other creators that weren't black. That was a contention point for them. Because it was so much more a contention point that white creators on that platform wouldn't reach out to black people. It was like, why is that space segregating itself out of like natural need? Which leads us on to today and what I was going to say about everything. Twitch, especially in the political space, grew very heavy during Trump's administration because it was a lot of like, the drama is the politics.
It's free content, yeah.
Right. And now that like the Democrats are in power and like leftists are trying to find their space and more people are talking, what ended up happening is that natural segregation again. Now it's like, who can generate the most clicks? Who can do this? Who's good on the thumbnail? You know, I've got great emotes, you know, of me raging and shit, but like NFD Signifier put this in a way I could never have ever put it more succinctly. The faces they see, they attach to what used to be there, what used to exist. Like, I'm used to seeing Hot Damn I Rock. I'm used to seeing King Batch. I'm used to seeing Distorm Power. I'm used to seeing doing funny stuff. When we get real, there's no point of contention to draw drama from. There's nothing I'm saying to you that you can dispute without your chat jumping down and being like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? What the fuck is that? So when we start speaking on issues, we get less views because there's no avenue for you to like, you can make a joke in the middle of it, but there's no avenue for you to laugh in. There's no avenue for you to face it in a direction where you can say, that was a great video, and then click on to the next. No, it gets to you. And the getting to you is where this drama is coming from. That's why it's becoming, and I mean, it's always been popular, but like, let's be honest, 2021-ish, 2022, we've noticed that like the majority of the panels are looking for contention and the screaming white dude who's saying weird shit. Like, come on, we know this. That's where that is stemming from, is that need to sit everything in its comfort zone. Black people cannot be serious about an issue because that means that they're putting race and politics into it. They're putting all this stuff into it. Where's the memes, bro? Where's the memes? If I sit and debate you, you know I'm coming ready. And they're afraid of you coming ready. They'd rather talk to somebody who has that audience where they can sit there and say, well, I think you're kind of a soy boy. And it's like, keck dub. And it's like, there's no substance. We bring too much substance. They don't want an in-depth look. They want like the surface level, just enough to make us care that it's a bad thing, but not enough to make us feel like, damn, that shit, that brother was speaking from the heart. Nah, it's just Hassan, you know?
Trauma porn.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's funny, you know? It's great. It's a joke. And that's what I was gonna lead the whole thing back to, is the question I had to ask, and I'm sure Bink is about to answer this with what she was gonna say next anyway. But is it just me, or are we like put in a place are we as Black creators put in a place where we're defined by all these characteristics like our hair, our skin color, what we match, how we talk, in the veins of what white people have done to pave the way for Twitch to be an actual place? Is it social media in general, or is that a re-hearkening of our society as Americans, and it just falls into place everywhere we go, everywhere we do? Because if your answer to that, or your discourse on that, or your digression into that is yes, then I got to ask who made it that way. And if your answer is no, then I have to ask, then why do we feel inhibited or I should say prohibited from talking about these things? Why is it that we naturally reach towards, is this okay? Can we do that? Is this like nobody else has that pause moment? The reason why there's so many clip chimp parts of everybody else's streams is because they don't even think to pause. They just let it run. We hold ourselves back. Who is at fault for that? Why do we feel these things when we talk out loud? And that's a question that I've always had.
Well, I guess a lot of times I feel like I'm a representative for people all the time. So when I used to do Black exclusive panels, even if no one was calling, or I would never, even when people are screaming, I will sit there, I will wait with my hand up because I am not going to allow somebody to like use me as the example of the angry Black lady. And I have to try my best to not be the angry Black lady. So, I mean, a lot of times people will say like, wow, like I guess I come off very level-headed. I don't yell at all. But it's not like there haven't been times people have said things where I did get pretty upset. It's not great being on a panel where someone says that like, we don't want you anymore because you're interracial dating. But I still am not going to yell. I'll wait until I'm called because even if they are basically calling me a bedwench, I better not be an angry Black lady bedwench. So that's.
I just wanted to touch on that real quick. Also, just to let the girls know, because I know y'all got yellow communities and everything. I'm not streaming, but the angry Black woman stereotype is called Sapphire, I believe. Now, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to school nothing. I just that that's what it's called.
No, please do.
but,
That's what I'm here for, literally.
Yeah.
That's
But
what I want.
I'm the listener.
what happened is that for FD's video, right? Notice how there's a lot of people who are
Can just
identify-
interject really quick. Notice how we all consume the same Black content too. Just throwing that out there.
I know who FD Signifier is, but I haven't watched any of their stuff.
Yeah,
so
I haven't watched.
I'm not like you guys.
I was just saying that there was plenty YouTubers, marginalized groups who felt the same exact way and do not want to be grouped in the category of BirdTube. Why is nobody questioning that? All the people who are like POC, for the most part, that are on YouTube or other marginalized identities do not want to be grouped in to the idea of Twitch politics or BirdTube, and that's just how that's just a thing that I've personally noticed, and the fact that I think it's a thing of like, in my opinion, not necessarily knowing your space or anything like that. I feel like for me personally, I just don't want to be in that space. There's specific people that I hang around with. It's just that I know how much I can intake. I feel like as you said, if I can't be myself around these people, then I don't want you as an audience, and I don't want to gain these people from Vosh community, from Destiny's community, from all these other communities. Because let's be honest, Twitch politics is the same group.
Yeah.
Politics as a pool, it's just the same people. And I feel like people who more so, watch more of our content are mostly people who watch like video essays type. Like you want coming here to learn, not just to be entertained. But just to come back. The reason why I personally disagreed with Ender, the reason why I disagreed with Ender, you when it come on to how I personally the idea of some people aren't allowed to like talk about certain issues or whatever. I only personally believe that, as I said, because there's some stuff that are already set in stone. I do feel like some leftist themes don't make sense to me, such as the idea of identity politics as a political concept.
Yeah. If I could throw out there really quick, Chud Logic telling me that saying that the police are a white supremacist organization is too academic, and I lose people with that rhetoric. Like, maybe you shouldn't be speaking on this topic, my guy. But go ahead, what you were saying, BinkPrincess.
But basically stuff in that area that I think I lost my train of thought. What was the last thing I said? Lamau. I was out here spitting and then I lost my
You
bar.
were disagreeing with me. You were putting me in my place.
You talk about how
Basically,
there's
like,
certain things that people can't speak on because they don't. At least from what I'm understanding, what you're saying, there's certain realms of experience. Like, if just as an example, there needs to be like Black women exclusive experiences, and there's certain experiences that only Black women should be able to speak on, and I think that's fair.
It's not as to backtrack. What I'm saying is that I can't do like neutral rhetoric. And that's my issue. And that's my issue because I think people expect that from me. And that's why I said that, like, you know, when it come on to who and talk about these ideas and stuff like that, why I personally don't understand. Because I don't, as I said, I agree with you in the sense of like everybody should talk about the thing, but I don't think everybody has a tool to talk about it. And I think people use race neutrality and more neutral concepts in order to abuse their power, which is why I don't think that they should be able to talk about it, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like, for an example, right? I personally am like that because I was a person who watched Vosh. I was a very big Vosh stan for a good couple of months. And the way, you know, people use these, you know, academic terms or like these definitions just casually, you'd be like, okay, well, that's what that means. Like, you know, based off of the context. And for me, the way people were using it, I was just like, you know what, I can't even be for this. Like, especially like when it comes to like identity politics, like I can't even be for this because I feel like me being Black, me personally, defines my experience and how I have to navigate into the world. So the fact that you're trying to deny that point of view when I speak, deny that while, you know, I try to explain my experience and everything, it just wow to me. Because not only does it deny reality, in my opinion, because that's why I kind of don't believe in like saying, well, a group isn't a monolith. I kind of don't believe in that because when we walk through these systems on a day-to-day, that's how they treat us. So like there's certain stuff where they said where it's like that neutrality that I can't 100% stand by when it comes on to if people should talk about these, you know, these systems or not. Also, amen, hallelujah to the fact that I was actually out here articulating well today. Let's just talk about it.
I think you come off fantastically well.
Absolutely.
If I can comment on what you're just saying, since it was kind of directed at this.
Real quick, Ashton. So what we're gonna do is, it's getting late, and so I'm thinking that everyone can either do a closing statement or everyone can kind of ask each other like one question and get a response from everybody. Like you can all have like your own personal question and that everyone else will respond to. What do you guys think about that?
I like that.
Sounds like you. Okay, cool. So go ahead and finish what you're saying, Ashton, and then we'll do that.
Yeah, I just want to make a point clear because if I was to say that I think that it sounds as though, and sometimes this idea gets misunderstood. When I say that I think anybody should be able to speak on an opinion, that doesn't mean that I believe in or colorblindness or that representation doesn't matter. I want to specifically what I'm specifically saying is that I don't think people should be barred from having a conversation. But it kind of goes back to what we were talking on. We touched on this, and I'm sure we're going to have another panel about this, which is affirmative action. Which the wrong way that people think about affirmative action, because they think of people as these finite. Well, actually, it's just because they think Black people are worthless. Right. They'll sit there and they'll say, "Hey, listen, affirmative action means that you got extra points on a test so that you got into this college." That's not actually true. What's actually true is it means all of these candidates can get in, but we're going to choose to build our campus to be diverse. And that's what I mean when I say the opinion thing. I don't think that I think that it's important to recognize that white people, especially cis white men, have a disproportionate control over the discourse. So do I think that they can be spoken to and responded to? Absolutely. Do I think that they're allowed to be arbiters when called upon? Absolutely. But if there's another candidate that happens to be black, that happens to be just as able to articulate this issue, and if anything, probably can provide greater anecdotal context to this issue, then I would say I would defer to them. Just like myself, the first thing I said when I called my mom today was like, you're a black woman, and I keep saying I need to always defer to those that have those marginalized voices that are, like we were talking about the algorithm, minimized, right? Like you need to, and it's my job, even though I'm a marginalized person, to go, hey, listen, as cool and as good a representative as I am, Kat can say the same thing I fucking can, and so can you. So why the hell wouldn't I give you the opportunity to say that instead, if you're there? But if you're not there, I'm going to talk. But if you are there, you get the stage. And that's what I mean by saying, like, I don't think that people should be barred from speaking on things, but let's be honest about the context of those things that they're speaking on and that the representation of those things. In fact, my issue with Vosh is exactly what you're talking about. The fact that he has so much time and yet there is zero are there no, like, we have a panel of six black people. It was 8 black people originally that I think can articulate on the level that Vosh can. So why doesn't he give us more of a chance to speak and be those persons and normalize those interactions? Not because, oh, you're black because your audience doesn't know what black people are like. Because you need to normalize relationships with us so that they can see us in these spaces and they can respect my fucking name next to yours because you are no better than me. Kat was saying.
See. What you're missing is this interruption is better content than anything you just said. Let me show you why you're wrong. No, please continue. I was just doing a thing.
Real quick, Cemetery, what do you want to say? Because I want to get
I was just going to say.
That was my point. I'm good. Y'all go.
Well, yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
well, I was just gonna piggyback off that. Like, I can't speak for anyone else here, but that was my motivation for even entering the space in the first place. Whether it was the algorithm or the people doing the algorithm or the a feedback loop, I was only seeing Hassan, Dylan, Vosh. You know what I mean? And I'm like, where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? Where are we at? So they're saying all the same. That's why I'm watching him, because he's cooking the same sauce that I'm cooking. You feel me? So where are we at? So I wanted to try and build my repertoire up because I felt like I'm decently educated, at least educated enough in the talking points to conduct myself eloquently in those types of conversations. I damn sure have the life experience. I'm a forklift driver. I've done every shit job under the fucking sun at this point. You feel me? At 32 years old. And so that was the motivation, because I saw a dearth of actual black voices, even though there was us everywhere, clearly. So
always will be.
Right. So I was like, let me try to get into this. And that's what I started this journey like a year ago. I really got on this when I was in the middle of the protests, the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor protests in Baltimore. I was live streaming the police beating on unarmed protesters, as they are wont to do. But that made me really lean into trying to, if not control the narrative, at least be a voice combating the narrative from the mainstream media. Because like I said, I'm an OG YouTuber. I've been here since Stefan Molyneux, Pat Condell, you feel me? Amazing Atheist. You feel me? I've been here since the OGs of the I'm just gonna talk directly into the camera with no cuts, no edits, no nothing. I've been there from the ground floor. So I know the only thing that you really need is a camera and a time. So that's what I thought I was putting in. And it feels like the algorithm has been expressed on this panel. When it's us expressing reality, there's no memes in that, right? Because at that point, it's either trauma porn or there's not a way to ethically eat that and shit that out for clicks, right? So that's the only hope, and that's been the greatest part of my journey, and that's what I would like to probably express the most out of this is gratitude that in that journey and in trying to do all this, I found y'all, because like I said, the algorithm was shuffling me to all these angry white men. I've been watching angry white men for the last decade. I'm good. I'm saying, like, I don't need to see any more angry white men. No matter how hard I agree with them, I would like to see an angry black man up there. So that's all I got.
Real quick, I just want to point out there are memes about this. The reason why there aren't any jokes and memes about this is because none of us are large enough for us to be able to talk openly at long enough length. Like, I could dunk on Destiny all day,
likewise.
but I don't have the platform where those dunkings become normalized into memes. Everything Vosh says turns into a meme. If I had the audience, that would happen for me. Not that I'm looking. This isn't a beg. I'm not looking for the audience. This is
okay, everybody, please subscribe.
Please follow.
Like and subscribe.
But I wish other people did have the audience so that we could laugh at Destiny together. And I think that here's a hot take. I think white people would laugh at it too. So I just think that it's a platform thing. I think it's a size thing. Whenever I talk, there aren't 5 people like doing clip art of whatever I'm saying. Like, it's just that's the difference.
I just wanted to talk on why I started because I am the youngest person on the panel. I just wanted to touch on that. So as I said, we in politics. It's always been in the household. But I also realized that I'm really privileged to have certain adults in my life. Because they're supportive in what I do. My teachers know I stream. My parents know I stream. My 2 mentors know I stream. One of my mentors is the head of a union. So like I'm
Based.
right. So and my mom will work at one. Let me not dox myself. I'm being too descriptive. But it's
too
real. Like yeah, everybody been clipped. I almost actually
SWAT's on the way.
I almost doxed myself on stream before, and you know, Prime, you a teacher, you know your little student number. Not the student number, but what happened is that I realized that I was privileged because my teachers encouraged my learning. It was always, you know, Bink, you're the smartest, and you know you get good grades, X, Y, and Z. Don't get me started on the education system because they set it up like that. Let me not get started on that. There is a hierarchy within school. The people
That's
who
a
are
panel
high
of black
achievers,
education.
who are high achievers, who are you know, regular, and who are special ed. Don't get me started on that. But basically, because I was high achievers, I was the one who was catered towards. I was the one who was nurtured. You know, your curiosity is your curiosity is not led, but your curiosity is encouraged. There you go. And it basically kind of groom you to some, in my opinion, they groom you to be, you know, in academic spaces, to have debates, you know, to be open-minded, to understand and ask questions. That's how they groomed me. So for me, I realized that I had so much privilege, and that's what I wanted to, you know, advocate for more people to have. I constantly talk about, you know, I think for IB, there's like a course about philosophy, about knowledge. Everyone should take that course. Yes, everyone should take that course. And I feel like for me, when it comes onto my stream, not only did I want, I think my perspective was important on things, and I didn't see my perspective, but it's also a thing of historical misconceptions aggravate me because the ignorant try to reinforce that as a fact and then try to put it in your face. Every time black people talk about slavery, it's, well, guys, slavery in East Africa happened too. Why aren't you guys talking about indigenous slavery? It's like, we have slavery in Africa, and it's like, no, sweetheart, it's not the same. Like, there's certain misconceptions that I personally like talk about the magnitude and like gratitude towards like the conversation. Like, even when I, you know, the reason why I know the stereotypes and I be naming them by hand is because the book that I sent, I had to read that book chat. Like, that's for my essay. So I have to like deconstruct these narratives within modern media for my essay. So like stuff like this is serious to me, and that's the reason why I personally talked about it. It's also a dilemma type thing too. When you really go in the weeds, you be going in the weeds, you be in the jungle after that. You be you be in there.
Trying
Yeah,
to tell
you're
people about
having an
Moravia and
existential crisis
Liberia.
perspective.
So I've been having a lot of fun, and I really think you're all smart and enjoyable. So let's do a closing statement. Say what your last thought, who you are, and we're gonna end it there. I'm really glad that we extended it and had it as long as we did.
Yeah, no, I thought I was gonna leave too, but like honest, and I know okay. So I guess I'm gonna go first because I opened my mouth. It's crazy to hear Bink say, "Ender, I'd like to push back on you," or like Kat will say, "Endless, I'd like to push back on you," and it's not like, "Oh, great, here they go." It's like, no, I want to dive deeper into like how I interpreted that, and you probably didn't mean it that way, but like I would love to just like put my input in there, and it ends up to the point where, oh, I see you're talking about this specific group or this thing and like this thing. Yeah, I could agree with you on that. Yeah, I could agree with you on that. Yeah, let's clip the drama. Let's drama farm. Oh, like none of that's here. And that's so enlightening because it's not a fight for a space. I could really sit here and just be like, you know what? I don't have to say anything on this panel. Just throw in my 2 cents and like it just goes somewhere. That type of going somewhere I've always felt has been missing from a lot of the panels that I've been a part of. And I'm wondering where that's coming from. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's because it's white people. They get that. I'm going to go from point A to point B. And there's no point A1, A2, A3, B1, B. And while I'm here, I just want to say as the final thought, I think that colorism, the way we think about it is especially ingrained in how we move. Like we move with a specific, I can't be the N-word that, see, I'm keeping it clean for everybody. I can't be the N-word that says the thing that like everybody's thinking because the conversation has to keep going. I need to feed them something so they can come back to me with it. Like the last panel I was on, it was, not the last panel, a couple panels back, I went on like a 5-minute rant. And everybody was like, wow, that's the greatest rant ever. Like, and everybody was applauding it. And then the conversation kind of split away from there. And it's like, but I could have sworn I just addressed everything you were just talking about. So like, what else do you need for me to say? Like, can't we digress into that? Is this a debate? Is this a conversation? What is the, and as we navigate these spaces, I just want to say thank you guys for being open with your experiences. Because a lot of what I fear is that I'm gonna get too, as Endless said, even Ender said, everybody said it. I shouldn't attribute this to anybody. We all feel it. What generates the most clicks? What is the topic that's really on the top of our head that we want to talk about? And I feel like we're all carving out our own space to be able to say these things without the fear of viewer droppership. Because it's like you're gonna learn about me whether or not you like it. Like, you're going to see that on YouTube because I know you're subscribed there, and you're going to hear about it. You can't run from this. Vibe with me, get me to that point, and I'll watch MasterChef with you for 5 days on end. But until we get to that point, I can't sit here and do the popular thing because it gets lost in the sauce, but I also can't sit here and do the thing that I want to do because y'all not paying attention anyway. Like, I don't want to be that streamer that I am that streamer. Fuck it. I did it anyway. I uploaded like 530 segments, 20 to 30 minutes each over the last year. That's like work. Who's watching that? But when I see a streamer have my same take in a very less surface level, very, I'm not going to get into it because it would hurt you guys too much type of take. It's like, well, I was saying that. Where's my 100,000 views? There's a constant battle between not only our own identity as Black people and dealing with, the outside world and how our hair looks. And if we're not, wearing the Cuban chain and, we don't look like a thug, like there's all those layers that exist to our system of thought. And then we enter the white world. So I feel like as a great takeaway to all of this, I want to say that I'm sorry to you guys that you feel like you have to express this or that you're free to express this in a Black-only panel. And no, I'm not denying your Blackness, Fluff. You said you was Dominican. I'm not denying that. You here with it, trust me, I know. But it makes me I hate the word. Now I get what you're talking about, Big. Grateful. Like, I shouldn't be grateful for something that I should have just gotten off rip. Like, it should have taken me this long to be on an all-black panel. Kat is the only one who invited me to an all-black panel. And before that, it was the Grapevine. And even though they were big, like, that didn't get anywhere because, like, they don't do enough legwork
I'm
to, like...
calling you out because I asked if you wanted to talk to me and do...
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I swear to God, at the beginning, all the way earlier, when you first opened your mouth, I was going to be like, damn, I should have did that Minecraft stream with you. I feel really bad now. I thought about that.
Wait, do you want to shout out any of your handles and stuff? Make sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay,
That was that was that was a segue. I know to keep it short. I know we tired. My dad is probably upset at me because I've been screaming all night. I am grateful for this experience. I'm grateful that Kat gives me a chance. I know that they probably don't think of me in any form of just like anything major or anything big. It's just, I'm inviting people who talk about things to talk about something. But I am grateful. I feel like I need these experiences more than I think I need to like get on the hippy dippy, to get on these bigger like things. I think I need to not worry about the viewership and talk about what matters to me. And it's so funny because today is the season 2 premiere of The Paradigm Shift. And if you're interested in seeing what season 2 is going to be about, you're going to have to figure out what season 1 was about. And the only way to do that is to subscribe and hit the follow on twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. We talk about politics. I do poetry. I do photography.
Yeah,
I do art. We create videos. We do a whole bunch of stuff. But the most important thing is that you come in here being like you. Great vibes. We smoke. We drink. We do the thing. Please let Twitch know to give me back my username. I really hate the underscores. I should be the only paradigm shift.
Endless, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Like I said before, just pure gratitude in being able to experience this with y'all. Not just like, because like as is also said, I shouldn't be like a year and change deep into streaming and just now doing this, but I am grateful for the fact that it's happening and that it's happening with you all. Thanks, Katarana, for the opportunity to get into what Paradigm Shift was saying, because I also was on Hippy Dippy a couple of times. And I made the same decision. That shout out to Frackle, because we hashed it out after.
Yeah, Frackle is based. I talked to
Yeah,
Frackle too.
that's actually where I first saw you, Bink, and that's when I knew I wanted to talk to you too. I'm glad we finally got to do this too. But
Hey, nice.
yeah, it's just as a person who claims to represent abolitionism and Black Power and all these things, like I gotta support the mission, right? And the mission is abolition. So I gotta do stuff that I think is in the best advancement of that. And real talk, N words, I had to catch myself. We don't care about us going back and forth with white people about whether our existence is valid. Stuff like this, at least to me, is way more valuable. For just like what Frackle was saying, it's more valuable in terms of education, because just to get into what Bink was saying too, I care about history deeply, to the point where that's one of the main things that I focus on my channel as well, specifically because our history has been so perverted and destroyed. That's why Black History Month exists in the first place, right? But for me, it's much more meaningful and worthwhile to hear two people who high key agree. They're just going to go back and forth about the details and tease out the details and did you mean this? Oh, you said this. Did you actually mean this? Oh, so when you said this, you meant that. Okay. And just the different wealth of experiences that we have with Kat, with Prisma, with Bink, just all of us together. We have all these different walks of life that we come from, but we all Black, so I'm just glad that we could do this. And it sucks that we got to signal boost each other to get these types of views and clicks and stuff, but hey, if we got to build it out the mud, we're going to do it the way that we've always done it, right? So I would say to keep trucking, and we're going to get the kind of views and the kind of community that we want. You know what I mean? It's cool to get the clip chimps and all that, but we don't want goofies in our chat that we got to correct and talk over and stuff, Halty. You know what I mean? We want to cultivate good communities. So I think that we're doing that with each other. And yeah, like I said, I got upset before about not having the most views and all that, but I'm cool with building it out the mud, especially if it's going to be with people like you all. So yeah.
You're gonna
I'm
make me
Endless
cry.
Cemetery. I've come close a couple of times, but I'm Endless Cemetery. You can find me at endlesscemetery.com. From there, it's facebook.com/endless cemetery games, twitch.tv/endless cemetery, youtube.com/user/endless cemetery. Um, I'm Endless Cemetery on PlayStation. We can get some Mortal Kombat games in if you want to get good at Mortal Kombat 11, one of the best Jax players in the world. And I like to do mutual aid streams too. If you want to hop in a mutual aid stream and support some striking workers, hungry mothers, food not bombs, something in the area, I do that as well. But yeah, I guess that's all I got.
Um, I can go.
Thank you.
Um, so I'm not the grateful point, but I'm grateful for this space. Because for me, as I said, having to constantly repeat myself and try to use language in order to encompass the magnitude of the situation gives me big angst. And having, conversations like this where it's like, hey, yo, yeah, I felt that. That's where it hit home. And it's not even a hit home like, I can, like, I see you. The hit home, like, I've been there. I've seen that. I know people. I feel like, just as you said, just having that to begin with, gives hope. For me personally, my stream, I also advocate for younger people to be in politics a lot. Is like, let's not act like, the freedom riders were out here with the girls who were in college and in high school out here running our pool from the north to the south, out here getting beat up. Like, young folk were out here, like young folk wasn't walking so y'all can run. So I talk about young people being involved in politics in that space. I also wanted to say that I think, as I said, like, how language is racialized and people don't notice aggravates me. That's just a personal, like, dilemma that I feel like okay, for an example, right? Not to bring Miss up to provoke her into the conversation, but Miss Professor Flowers did a video and she said, responding to Vosh, that, and she quoted somebody else and said, "You should be grateful. Black people do not want revenge. They want equity. They want equity, not revenge." Right? The fact that I have to explain what that meant, period, from that video aggravates me, because you don't understand that sentiment of why that's there to begin with, and you don't care. You just upset that it's hyperbolic, quote unquote hyperbolic, for you and your personal experience. The fact that I have to not only present myself so that, I'm more closeness to white. The fact that I'm even speaking slower, if you never noticed, I'm speaking more slower. But the fact that I have to filter so that you can see what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? You guys, like, if you're like, another ethnicity, etc. Like, when they come onto this panel, notice that I'm out here speaking with my words and, using my slangs and everything because you feel me. But when I'm on other panels, I have to, filter all that out. I even have been in a VC before, and we were talking, and a white person turned to me and said, "Not gonna lie, if we weren't talking about this and we were just talking regular, I thought she would be uneducated." So, like, there's real stuff when we talk about what we're talking about. And I feel like people don't realize is that your behavior impacts other people if people want to be around you to begin with. And that's across any lines. I feel like the fact that people aren't willing to look into the mirror is the reason why a lot of people are held back from being in these spaces. Not necessarily because we want just to have a, safe space and to, progress as a movement, but if think about it like this, right? Why do Black people rather engage with a white supremacist face than deal with somebody who is covert and a liberal? Make it make sense. It makes sense. But nobody ever asks certain questions like that because you're comfortable in your shoes. And I shouldn't be trying to explain somebody else's comfortability to you if you're supposed to be the one who's sympathetic. And that's just something that I wanted to do. And also, let's run it back a little bit. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. Also, from that, there's nothing wrong with not knowing. So for me, when I speak and I say these little truths, is because I personally learned that. Lord knows if I ever become a big streamer, if you ever look at somebody's chat, you're going to see me call somebody white. You're going to see me call somebody white. You're going to be out here and be like, Lord Jesus, not the white. I make memes like that all the time, don't get me wrong. But it's just like, I feel like people are not only blinded, but they lack actual sympathy that we talk about in these conversations, and then people wonder why we don't want to be in the space and sit beside y'all, why people don't want to integrate with y'all, and why people want to be separatists. I feel like there's too much going on when it comes onto politics for you to be closed-minded, A, B, not wanting to learn, and then 3, not sympathetic, empathetic, which one is correct. And that is what I wanted to say. But overall, because I just out here ranting and criticizing people and knocking people out their shoes and everything. But he wants to come and chill with me and nerd about history. Miss Mams is BinkPrincess, BINK Princess on Twitch, and I'm out here reading and shit. So, also I leak academic sources. So if you need all of that, you need to come into my Discord. Come in my chat, ask for my Discord. I get a database from my state because I'm a student, and I'm leaking shit. So you need to come over here. You trying to get that? Just saying. Yeah, that's it. I'm Bink. Congrats.
I guess Mac, you would be the last one for this.
Okay, awesome. I just want, I tend to have a problem, and I'll openly say this. I talk over people a lot, so I'm trying to curtail that and be better at that. Thanks for having me, guys, and thank you so much for allowing me in this space. I got a couple of key phrases that I say all the time, and I always want to like which ones matter and which ones don't. I think the one that matters in this situation that I always like to say is, I think that it's important that we recognize and look at what we're doing, and I think the worst thing to happen would be for the people that I see as my people to reach liberation only to take upon themselves the weakness of their oppressors. Ooh. I think that when we sit down and we make sure that we are interacting, that it is not a rejection of white skin. It's a rejection of white hierarchy. It's a rejection of hierarchy in general. The difference between this and all the other panels that every single one of you is trying to hit on, why are we not talking over each other? Why are we It's because the point of this panel was not to be right or to get clicks. It was to find and speak about truth. And truth is not reached at the end of a debate. It's not.
Very true.
I just wanted to say what you just said is like literally the definition of like black femininity and like black masculinity.
Dog.
Like, how do we not? Oh my gosh, my mind
This
just
whole
blown right
panel's
now.
giving me life, fam. I'm not even.
Thanks,
I can't
yo.
hold you.
And those are the things. I try to bring with me in life and wherever I go. And I try to bring that energy. And for the longest time, I'm sorry, this kind of gets to me a little. I thought I was alone. I thought that I was the only one that felt this way, that thought these things, that saw things this way, or even that cared about things like, I don't know how long ago I gave up on the idea that people are trying to find the right answers or get at what truth really is. And I realized that, I'm not here to speak about why. We can have a long, that's another 4-hour discussion of how we ended up this way. But I think that it's important that we recognize that we are here now. Whether we didn't do this before, whether we didn't do this a year ago, 6 months ago, whether I didn't take that African American history class that my only black teacher in my life tried to give me when I was in high school, I'm here now. And I hope the rest of us can all be here with us. And all of you guys that are listening out here, I hope that you're along for the ride because we have stories. Diversity matters. There's a reason why companies seek diversity. It's not because of affirmative action. It's because diverse executive boards create better answers and have better solutions. So I don't want a panel of just black folk. I enjoy it, but I want a panel where I no longer feel that the idea of having black folk is the minority. I want a panel where I'm not respected because of the color of my motherfucking skin, but because I'm smarter than you and the rest of everyone else. I want to be respected for my ideas and not what I look like for once. Not be the token prize pony that my school used to cart around after I got the highest scores that the state had ever seen. That's not what matters to me. And the reason I'm really trying to speak to you guys in this way because it does touch me. It touches me in a way that I think is important. I know it's kind of lame for me to kind of like vocalize this, but it does. It means so much to me that there are other people out there that I'm not a lone star burning in the night against the blackness of the universe. that I'm not just a binary system, that I'm a whole galaxy. And that's what's important about these panels. So thank you guys for having me. My name is AstonMack. You can find me at AstonMack TV. My Twitch is AstonMack. If you're interested in what I do for activism, my organization's the Orlando Freedom Fighters. My goals with Twitch isn't about I don't really care about the whole and I'm not trying to belittle anybody. Everybody has different reasonings, but I don't really care about the stream as far as I'm trying to get these ideas out. I care about the stream because I just want to put a focus and show people what it looks like on the day-to-day, what praxis looks like on a day-to-day, what it means. Black Lives Matter and defund the police are fun slogans, but nobody's sitting here talking a year later after the George Floyd murder about how I need to give food out to the people out in Paramore. About how all these black families are getting kicked out of their houses right down the street from me because they built a soccer stadium there. Nobody talks about that stuff a year after we all saw the horrific incident. So I want to make sure that we're talking about it.
On top of
I don't want us to
that
forget.
Police killings have not changed since George Floyd. They've been killing us at the same rate. So yeah, I preach. Keep preaching. Please keep preaching.
So I cannot tell you. It is like a weight lifted off of my shoulders to hear other people, that I don't have to be the leader in the room, that I don't have to be the guy that explains to everybody how this works, or I have to take charge of some movement. There are other people that can do it too. So thank y'all for being you, and thank you for having me.
All love.
Thank you so much for coming on, everybody. So just so you know, next week's panel is going to be about dating, gender roles, and queerness within the Black community. The one in 2 weeks from today is going to be about culture, just culture. I would like to get into some of the depths of what is Black culture, especially because I am so tired of hearing Black Republicans explain the reason why there's crime is because Black culture. I'm like, oh, great, thank you so much. And Black people just don't value education as much. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because if I didn't go to college, my parents would have told me to go fucking kill myself or something. Like, I don't know. So yeah, Black culture. I'm Katarana. I'm the one that's putting this on. It's for Black History Month. People seem to like it. I do very much enjoy this idea of, I guess, a Black safe space, but kind of a place in which it's okay to be vulnerable, because sometimes I've been on Black only debates, but I just don't really feel as comfortable to give my experience, because I feel like we're not supposed to really get along, whereas here, I can talk about certain things and it just feels nice and safe, and that's really great. I think everybody here is just really, really great. And it's really unfortunate that the way that I have to find out about most people is I have to go and put something out on Twitter and have my white audience tell me what Black people exist on Twitch. I didn't know who a lot of people are, so I am very happy that they did that, but it just sucks that there's not more intercommunication, and it's nice that we're getting that done. If anybody wants to be on those other panels, of course, let me know. There's going to be another one for the 22nd. I don't know what it is yet. I don't need to know what it is yet. That's in 3 weeks. That's a problem for future Cat. Hi. I'm Cat. I have my degree in physics. I am currently trying to fuck off to Europe because I cannot stand healthcare issues in this country, and as someone that's like ill all the time, I can't live here. So I've spoken to some of you outside. Me and Mac talked about praxis. My experience with being in praxis as a Black person is I was the very great token Black person that had to do all the representation, because I was the only Black woman in the department, and there were 4 other Black guys, and I guess they didn't feel that bad since there was 4 of them, so I would ask them, do you want to help out with Black things in the department? And they're like, no. So it was my job to be the queen of the Blacks for physics. It was great. And also, as I said, I started one of the first STEM scholarships for Black people in Canada. I used to work for a non-for-profit where I would try to help Black men get out of prison, and I did a lot of different types of re-entry funds, Black legal action funds, and stuff like that. So I generally care a lot about Black issues, and that only happened because at some point I got to learn that being Black, you do it the way you want to do it. There's no good way to be Black. There's no bad way to be Black. Just do it. Nike. Boom. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming on. And it was really great to speak to all of you. And all of you are incredibly nice. And it was great to not yell. And I'm really happy that I'm not leaving with a headache. I used to do Black majority panels, and I would be very upset by the time I leave, because I'd be like, these fucking Black Republicans are dumb as shit. But now I get to...
All right, bet. Since the panel's over...
I hate to interrupt, but the last thing I want to say is, hey, since we're ending this, can we please say it loud?
I'm black and I'm proud.
Thank you.
That's adorable.
All right, so
Oh
since
my
the
gosh,
pan-
I'm black and I'm proud.
since the panel's over, all right, time for me to drama farm.
Oh,
Fluff,
okay.
your hair look weird. Endless, what the fuck is going on with your room, bro? I don't understand. Your lights looking decent, but like get some different color in there. Aston, your hair, bro, your room look dry, bro. Get some lights in there. Kat, I can't see your hair past the lights, so it's like I can't really
I don't want,
shit on your hair.
I don't want you to. I'm going through a hair transition, okay?
Okay,
I'm
so see, you're
hiding it.
blocking me. No, I don't appreciate that because you're blocking me from being able to make fun about you, and that is not something that I appreciate. So,
right now. He's just signifying.
okay, so in that case, your bunny ears look weird. Bink,
I'm a cat.
your profile
Bunny
picture look
ears
weird.
Are, what?
I don't know.
Katarana, they
What-
are cat
It's a
ears.
cat.
You
Oh,
fucking
I said
idiot.
bunny
Blowing
ears?
the asses all night.
I can't even shit talk right.
Yeah, I
Endless
know.
Cemetery. What's that flag behind you? Is that the Maryland flag?
It's actually so.
I hope it's not the Maryland flag.
It's
not,
the Baltimore
okay.
County flag. I wasn't
Looks
gonna
so
do.
similar.
Yeah, I hate them. Like, don't get me wrong, the Maryland flag looks cool. I'm originally from Ohio, so I happen to think that the Ohio flag looks the best. It's the only flag that looks like that. But the story behind this one is that so Baltimore County didn't have a flag. They did some kind of like high school contest where they tried to get some high school kid to make their flag. This is what Old Bro came up with. And the people hated it. Like looking at it, they said it was too communist. Like people hated it. And there was this
How do
whole
you get communism
kerfuffle.
from that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's got the plow, it's got the gear and stuff. It's red, you know what I mean? It's and at the time this was peak like pinko scum, you know what I mean? So yeah. But there was a whole kerfuffle. They didn't want to adopt it.
You should ask Kat about her feelings on the Maryland flag.
Oh,
I gotta go, so I don't want to be rude.
How
That's
dare
cool.
you have a
Take care.
life?
Thanks.
What?
I will see you guys later. This was great. I probably will see a few of you next week, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, I'll stalk you.
Thank you.
That
It
was
awesome talking
amazing.
to you.